Having common sense about, I can prepare my meals and eat for myself and wash my own clothes and, go to work. That's not what I'm talking about as common sense. That's your everyman's definition or connotation of common sense.
What'd you say?
How was that? I said, how was that common sense?
Common sense is anything but common.
Common sense says put water on a grease fire. Doesn't mean it's right.
Talk about what common sense really is. Okay? A deep understanding of morality, which are the principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong behavior, lies at the very heart of natural law. This is the essence of it, folks, right here. And here's the difference between right and wrong in a nutshell, about as simply as I am capable of describing it. All right? Now, we use the words correct or right to mean correct and moral. When you say, okay, what's 5 plus 5? It's 10. You're right. Meaning you are correct. That is true. That is the correct answer. That is right. Okay? And then we say, was stealing that money from Jim, was that right? To me,
wait, hold on. You did what now?
So now,
yeah. Sorry, Jim. Sorry about your loss.
Why would we use the same word, again, like the ancient Romans used the same word, book and free? Okay, those two different concepts were represented by the same word, liber, right? And there's a reason, because reading will put you on the path to true freedom if you read the right books. Okay? Why would in the English language, we have other words to mean the same concepts, but the word right means two things simultaneously. It means both correct and it means moral. There's a reason, because they mean the same thing.
Equivocation happening in real time for you.
Correct meaning that it is in alignment with that which is true.
This is the core equivocation.
Means, literally, by definition, if it is true, then it is moral. The more you are following something that is false, that is not based in truth, the more you are going down the path of immorality, of wrongdoing. So we have to come to know what is true regarding right and wrong if we are going to be able to correctly, with wisdom, choose between these two modalities of behavior.
So I'm trying to wait till he's done, but also there's a lot in here that we need to go over. Go ahead, Jim.
No, go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, I was just going to put this on the board in relation to his graph about what constitutes right and what constitutes wrong, which is says who. This is the assertion that we're having, this assertion problem. He's asserting that this is what constitutes right, that it has to be correct, based in truth, moral, in harmony with natural law. Actions based in it do not result in harm to other sentient beings. Says who? Who says that that's what constitutes good? Who says that that moral judgment you're placing on those items is what is? Who says that those things are what constitute a wrong? Who? Reality doesn't do that. I can't whip out, as Christian would say. Go ahead, Jim.
Oh, no, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Well, no, go ahead. I'll come back in later.
I think I misheard what he said, but did he say that if you follow things that are true, then you're moral, but if you do things that are, or if you don't follow truth, you're following things that are wrong, and therefore it's wrongdoing? Is that what he said, or did I misinterpret what he said?
That would be the connotation. I don't know if he said that specifically, but associating incorrect and doing incorrect things with immorality would suggest that.
Okay. Yeah, that is a bit of equivocation if that's what he said.
So this is core to the his morality, his conception of morality, his moral philosophy, is these definitions of right and wrong. And every time I'm ever engaged with by his followers, and I talk about right and wrong, it's just like they ramble off this line that they heard from Passio, and it's very much like what we're looking at here. And this really needs to be called out and addressed. He's making this up. This is an assertion. He's not proving this. There is no logical proof in play here. There is no argument in play here. He put it on the screen and said, this is what right is and this is what wrong is. That's not an argument. That's your opinion, man. Do you have that meme? Damn.
and is he also using the wrong definition of sentient? If I remember correctly, is like a cow is sentient, correct? It's not sapient.
Sentient is able to sense the world around it.
Okay, so I have to be a vegan?
Yeah, he is a vegan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay.
So I want to belabor this because this is one of the few cogent moments in this entire live stream where we're going to have a concrete point at something and say, hey, this is a mistake. This is a rational mistake. You can't just assert right and wrong. That's not doing philosophy. That's not doing science of morality or of natural law. That's not science. That's just you saying, hey, this is right and wrong. Full stop. No argument, no discussion, no proof, no evidence. That's not acceptable. So if on nothing else, I think this justifies the title of this live stream. This is junk. This is his opinion. Go ahead, Christian.
What's really interesting to me is that he's had a lot of opportunity to build quite the fucking argument at this point. He's had a lot of opportunities to substantiate a lot of things with these points he's made, but he's walked himself into a begging the question almost. Like he set up all of these assertions and then he's like, what is moral? What is immoral? Well, it's the things that decide what's moral and immoral. You know, it's like a circular reasoning almost. It's kind of strange. And something that you were going to point at earlier, you know, we've gone over what the definition of natural law is a couple of times. And I guess we could do it again just for the sake of being rigorous. If I can find it in these notes, which are getting beefy.
So
his two parts. Yeah, natural, inherent, having basis in nature, law, an existing condition, which is binding and immutable. There is no morality particle that anyone has been able to find with all of their detectors and sensors that can justify what is moral and immoral in an objective way. This is my hot take, I guess. For something to be objectively moral, it has to be inherently moral. That means that whatever quality about it that makes that is the quality. It is the moral quality. And just trying to think about what that is difficult. You can kind of imagine an electron buzzing around. You know, it's a little vague, a little different, but try to imagine what a good particle would look like, or what the good waves would be, or what the immorality beam or state is. These are things that are abstractions of the human mind, and that's why we can't. It is so difficult to even wrap your head around what the idea of these things existing in reality would mean.
Yeah, to expand on that, you know, like if a murder happened, like a non-consensual killing happened, and you ran up with a good evil detector and it started blinking evil because it's detecting the evil particles floating in the air around this non-consensual killing that just happened, you can be like, oh, that's evil. The universe said so. Look at all these evil particles. And the same could be said, you know, a guy feeds the homeless and you run up with your detector and bleep, bleep, bleep. This was good. Look at all these good particles floating in the air around this homeless person that was just fed. That's what it means when you say that this stuff exists in reality as part of the fabric of reality, as part of nature. When you say this stuff is objective, that's what you're talking about. Right and wrong are judgments that you make on other people's interactions and actions. You apply the judgment on other people's actions and other people generally. And that's all this is. This is not objective, universal. What was the other words in the definition of natural law? universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made. This is literally man-made. This is literally man-made. Eternal, immutable. This is just opinion.
Yeah, if he's making a vegan claim as well, we haven't established anything in the realm of the animal kingdom. I think he's mentioned it once in this entire stream, and I've been kind of looking for things like this because that's kind of usually like a big linchpin in some of these kind of arguments. It's like, oh no, the rules are for humans only. They're because humans are the rational animal, whereas other people, whereas lower creatures aren't. And he has made kind of comments back and forth in various points talking about, well, humans have a higher consciousness and therefore we have to have these moral systems for. Meanwhile, we should also apply these moral systems to animals, but is there some sort of reciprocity that we should follow, or that the animal should follow back at us? Like, is it immoral for a bear to attack me? I'm not seeing this. It's kind of left unaddressed. My cat is being a right now. Go play someone else, please. Don't mess with my Texas flag.
And I think I think this is also the time to bring up Hume.
I'm a flag it.
This is the time to also go ahead. Right.
No, I was just going to say I don't want YouTube to pick up on the wrong word.
Thank you for sounding that out. This is also a time to bring up Hume's law, also known as the Hume's Guillotine. Why is it called Hume's Guillotine? Because it murders philosophies before it even wakes up in the morning. And this philosophy is unfortunately one of those. I'm not happy about that. I was hoping he had cracked the code, but he hasn't. What is Hume's Guillotine? It is, you cannot get an ought from an is. You cannot take a statement about how the world is or what exists in reality and get an ought from it. You can't get a should from what is. A human has to apply that or come up with that based on that human's goals. That goals don't exist in reality. Reality doesn't have goals, and it can't hand you the judgments or the oughts or what you should do. It just is. A is A, as we were talking about earlier. It's not A is A, therefore you should. No. Reality doesn't do that. Only humans do that based on their goals. And this philosophy is jumping Hume's gap, the is-ought gap, the is-ought divide. Anyway, anybody else have anything you want to say about that?
That's also not to say that Hume's guillotine can't be bridged. I don't think it can, but it's possible that there might be someone far more brilliant that'll come down the line and actually be like, no, here's how we can bridge this gap. Mm-hmm. But until then, nobody has, and he's not even made an attempt to. It's just like, well, here's a bunch of is. This is bad. This is good. This is this is this. This is that. This is this. This is that. This is this. Therefore, you ought not murder, kill, rape, enslave other people. Whoa. Let's back the horse up here a little bit. We need to make that bridge because there is a giant gap between all these things. Now, if you want to make the claim, if you want to make if-thens, I think those are completely reasonable. And that's kind of how I approach like ethics. If you want to have a good life, then you ought to do this. If you want this, then you ought to do that. In the same way I would say, like, if you're hungry, then you should probably, have your wife cook you a sandwich. Like that sort of thing. If you want this, then you ought to do that. But if you're going to say that the state of nature is like you're hungry, then you ought to eat. Morally, you ought to eat. It's like, what I ought to eat just based on the fact that I am hungry. Maybe I want to starve. Maybe I'm anorexic. Maybe, whatever. Maybe I don't want to live anymore. I just want myself to starve to death.
Cop Block says if you want to be my lover, then you got to get with my friends.
Are your friends hot?
There's one more really important thing I think to bring up with Hume's guillotine, and I do think this is a huge topic for literally anybody who's interested in philosophy. So I don't mind investing some time into it here. And that's that something that old Mr. Jesus over here pointed out was that what it sort of indirectly pointed out is that Hume's guillotine kind of identifies the nested premises within all of these is-ought statements, right? So they all start with an ought in somewhere, which basically turns them into the kind of if-then statements. It's like, or some subjective preference in the beginning, which is like, we don't want to crash our cars. Speeding increases the likelihood of crashing your car, therefore we shouldn't speed. They obviously cut that beginning part out because it makes the whole thing subjective, right? They're using a piece of evidence to justify their subjective moral claim in the beginning. And then that gives you a subjective moral claim at the end. But by nesting it in the is, it makes it look like it is true. And so even if objective morality is real, and it's totally true, and their objective law is written into the universe, someone first has to say, we ought to follow objective morality. Objective morality is real, therefore do what objective morality says, right? That's the only way that's the only way it actually works, which makes the whole thing subjective and circular. But
okay, and I don't want to jump too far ahead because I know Passio is about to talk about this, but MTC Crazy says a right is an action that doesn't cause harm. This is the thing that just gets, I mean, I've heard that so many times for Passio supporters over the years when I talk about morality. A right is an action that doesn't cause harm. Well, you're judging that to be the case. There's nothing in nature that says something getting harmed is a wrong. And that's kind of the point here, and that's also why we're talking about Hume's law, Hume's guillotine. All right, hitting play.
If then.
So, right, again, it means both correct, which is based in truth, and moral, which means that the action, if taken, if acted upon, is in harmony with natural law. Actions based in it do not result in harm to other sentient beings. That's the definition of right. Now look at how simple that definition is. And think about it for a moment. We're talking about what is a right? Meaning, what do you have a right to do? And what you...
I'm going to stop you right there because we have redinged the equivocation fallacy. He's using the word right in two contexts. What is right for you to do and what is a right? These are two different concepts that just coincidentally share the same word. These are two different concepts, same spelling, same pronunciation. The equivocation fallacy is when a word or a term with two or more meanings is used in multiple senses in an argument. That's exactly what's about to happen here.
Yeah, your computer can't run. Duh, it doesn't even have legs.
Yep.
Have a right to do is no different than what I have a right to do. What I'm telling you here is every single human being on this planet has the exact same rights. Not one person has one more right than another being. Not one person has one less right than another being. To think that anybody has more or less rights anywhere on the earth at any time in history is a fallacy. It is a lie. It is a deception. It is wrong. It is not correct. It is not based in truth. Rights are universal and the exact same for every human being. Blanket statement, absolute truth. Let the ego chew on it and deal with it. Okay? And again, the ego will have a hard time with this in many cases, with many people. They'll hear that and they'll want to throw a glass at me. So, look at the definition again. A right. So when you make a definition, right, this is a noun, right? Noun's a person, place, or thing in the English language. We're talking about a noun here. You look up the word right, it's a noun, meaning a right. A right that we have to enact, to take, is an action. You have to start a definition with the same type of word. You're defining a noun, you got to give it a noun to start the definition. A right is an action. Most people will never even be able to tell you that. Just say, can you define what a right is to me? They will not give you this noun. A right is an action. So is a wrong an action. A right is an action that if you take it, it does not cause harm to other sentient beings. That's the simple and easiest definition that anybody can give for what a right is. And I guarantee you, you go and engage as many people as you want on the street. I have not asked this question and had anybody ever raise their hand or even contact me later and say, you go up to somebody on the street and ask them if they can define what a right is. Nobody can give you the correct definition for what a right is.
The correct definition,
if you don't know what the definition
implying
of
there
right
is a
you
correct
certainly
definition.
don't know whether you're choosing accurately between a right and a wrong, between right and wrong behavior. You can't. It's not possible. So many people believe that they're allowed and they can do actions with no.
So I watched his documentary. I watched his documentary that he made where he actually interviewed people on the streets. And one of the questions he asked them is, what is a right? There was actually one person that gave a good answer, even in his view, gave a good answer. So the idea that nobody knows is not true, which he would later prove himself wrong. What, 8 years later? This is 8 years now? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he could have edited it out. He could have put that on the cutting room floor, but he didn't. He left it in. So,
true. I think it is important to note that what is being implied is that rights are just like good and bad, something that are observable in nature, which is kind of crazy to think about because he even defined them as actions. So it's like when you see the action, you should see the rightness in it, or be able to see the absence of rightness if it's not a right. These are abstractions, which makes it so difficult to think about these things actually operating this way in reality. And he's asserting what is fact, or he's asserting a fact what is a baseless assertion. Again, there is nothing to substantiate this. It's just more of rights are this thing because I say so, and they're real because I say they're real. If any of these things were true, he could put up a slide of the rightness and be like, look, you see that? That's how you know this thing is a right. Or see that? That's how you know this thing is moral or immoral. But he can't. He can't. Because these things aren't objective. Because you can't just take a photo of them or put them under a scanner or anything like that. So, sorry. I know a little bit of ranting, but it's just kind of more of the same that we just identified, and it's just compounding on the issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard not to repeat ourselves when we're going to be here for another several hours dealing with the same problems. So we're probably going to continue repeating ourselves until he stops making unfounded assertions.
Consequence that actually aren't in alignment with natural law because the taking of those actions do result in harm. And they don't really even understand that. So let's look at what a wrong is. We're going to deeply look into what a wrong is. We're going to focus on what wrongs are. Because in reality, to even start this, right, what have we based this definition on? Actions based in it do not result in harm, right? That's the negative of another definition. Well, it's the negative of this definition.
So I want to clarify something. So he's constructing a system of positive rights here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything, because that seems very that's very counter to most contemporary philosophies, and it just kind of buzzed right over my head that like he's developing the system as a positive rights system.
So he's making the claim that things that are wrong you ought not do, but he's also saying things that are right you ought to do. Okay, why do I have a duty to do things? You're muted.
You're muted, by the way.
And that goes back to if you have the knowledge, then you have the moral obligation to disseminate it. That's a positive obligation. That's a positive moral obligation.
Only actually define a right.
I didn't sign shit. Yep.
By knowing what a wrong is. A right technically cannot be defined outside of the negative. A right can only be defined apophatically, meaning understanding what a wrong is and then stating that it is anything that falls outside of the parameters of wrongdoing. Okay, and we're going to get to what those parameters are. All right? So, I'm sorry, I want to focus on wrong for a moment. Okay?
Again. I could be
wrong, again, we say this, what's 5 + 5? 9. Wrong, it's not true. Incorrect answer. It's not based in truth. We use the term wrong to mean both incorrect and immoral. Well, that was wrong what you did to that person by hitting.
I got a ding on equivocation again, but go ahead.
Yeah.
The idea that, okay, so he just did it again, so I know I'm not crazy. He's conflating correct or he's conflating wrong and incorrect in this case. We don't know 2 + 2 = 4 because 2 + 2 doesn't equal 5. That's not how we know that. We know it because the rules of math say that 2 + 2 must equal 4. Right, which comes back to what we were talking about earlier, to where if this is really objective and this really exists in reality, you don't need a negative to demonstrate it. We don't need to know that space is cold to know that the sun is hot, right? Like these things are separated from each other and they can distinctly identify themselves.
Yeah,
Is he saying that if I was in school and I got a wrong answer on my test, that I'm immorals? Was that what he's saying?
I don't think so.
No, he's saying that, but I'm going to say that can't be what he means.
I hope not. Oh God, I
mean,
not.
He's saying 2 + 2 = 5 is wrong in the same way that wrongs are wrong. Which is kind of saying what you're saying, but I can't believe it.
But not really. Yeah.
I can't believe it. That would be insane.
I don't think he's going to say it explicitly. God forbid he does. That would be.
On where, thank you, Wei Hing. I don't know how to say his name. How do you pronounce that?
Wei Hing
Su?
Su?
Thank you for the $5, sir. He says, on where his definition for a right come from, don't base principles need to be defined, like how plus needs to be defined, but it didn't come from anywhere. Yes, if he's going to assert that rights exist as part of nature, he has to show us proof. Where do they come from? How did they function? He's saying they exist. So Pixar, it didn't happen. You got to show us.
Citation needed.
Citation needed, exactly. Okay. I'm kind of behind on chat, but I'm going to click play.
Him for no reason. You didn't have the right to do that. Immoral means in opposition to natural law, because actions that are based in it result in harm to other sentient beings. That's the simple definition of a wrong.
Now he needs to provide an argument for why harm to other sentient beings is wrong. You can't just put that out there. You got to back it up. We need the argument.
Now we can go.
What makes it wrong?
Deeper into the definition of what a wrong is and look at different types of wrongs, which is what I'm going to do in a moment.
I don't want to look at different types of wrongs. I want you to tell me why it's wrong.
It's referred to as apophatic inquiry. Very critical to understand concept, and you have to apply this concept. Harm? What this essentially is it's a filtration process. This is the process of the middle process in the trivium, okay? It's weeding through the inconsistencies and saying, well, is this inconsistent? Is this inconsistent? Is that not true? And you're setting those behaviors aside, and you're saying, here's the behaviors that are wrong. Don't engage in those behaviors. It's negative. It's a negative process. It's a destructive process. You're taking away from the body of everything that can be done, and you're saying, I'm pulling all the...
All right, I want to give the last super chat. He clarified the plus sign. He basically means like the how as well as needs to be defined. So I guess how rights affect people and they need to be defined, I guess. I apologize if I'll look out for your name if you want to clarify your question. I'll take another crack at it.
These out through a weeding
You don't have to super chat again if you don't want to. You can just give me the question again.
It's called apophasis, apophatic inquiry. And that is to be delineated from what's known as cataphatic inquiry. Cataphatic inquiry means you're reasoning in the affirmative, and you're not trying to weed down through a process of elimination to get to the truth. Okay, so cataphasis or cataphatic inquiry would be equivalent to inductive reasoning, whereas apophatic inquiry or apophasis would be akin to deductive reasoning. All right? Rights are most easily understood when they are considered through apophatic inquiry, or what is known as the process of apophasis. This process helps us to understand what a right actually is by understanding which actions are not rights because they cause harm to others. They're the cause of harm. Here's what apophasis is. It's been called apophatic inquiry. Okay? Really, look this up. Understand what apophasis is because it's part of the trivium process. All right? It comes from the Greek noun apophasis.
I want to address Outlaw Barber's comment because I think it applies to what we're doing here. He says, everyone knows it's not okay to abuse a child. When you see a child being abused, we all know that is wrong. Am I not correct with this statement? So,
a lot of people who think that's okay.
Well, yeah, there are, a lot of child abusers.
But not even that, just you go into other countries where child abuse is insane. Like we look at spanking and think that's brutal. There they straight up beat their kids, and it's just a normal part of everyday life. So not everyone knows.
But even if everyone thought that abuse was abuse, and we all agreed on what child abuse was, that still wouldn't be evidence of it being a moral judgment existing in reality. Like that would be an ad populum fallacy. Just because everybody agrees doesn't mean you have a valid argument on your hands. And again, we're not making layman discussion here. We're making philosophical critiques. So you got to get this stuff right if you're going to say that you have the science of natural law. Like if you're going to use this language and say that you're putting Passio is putting us on this standard. He put us here. We didn't drag him here. Universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, immutable conditions. Like, this is his language. We're holding him to his standards that he gave us. Go ahead, Jim.
So another thing that I think, and I think we probably live in a bubble, so we probably don't realize this a lot, but if you go out in the world and you start talking about like, oh yeah, like I just downloaded like every single album that I've ever listened to, and I downloaded all my movies. I never go to the movie theater, always, get the bootlegs. And I'd never pay for movies, never pay for streaming. There's a lot of people who get upset with that. Still a lot of people who get upset with that. And just because people think intuitively that that's stealing doesn't necessarily make it so. It's an ad populum.
So here's another way of looking at it. And I think we finally hit some meat in this discussion, especially with the audience. So I want to take a few minutes here, guys. So Dave10 says, but that doesn't make it okay. It is wrong. Even if everyone thought it was okay, it makes it wrong. The right thing to do is to not beat children. So if we were having a normal hangout by the fire, drink some whiskey and smoke a cigar friend discussion, yeah, sure, I'm good with that. That's not what we're doing here on the stream. This is a philosophical critique. You can't just make declarations like you just did and have that hold water in a philosophical discussion. You can't just say the right thing to do is to not beat children. Of course we agree with you. But can you prove that statement? Can you prove that statement? Show your work. That's what you do when you're trying to do philosophy. That's what we're trying to hold Passio to here to see if this is junk science or not. Did I describe that clearly, hopefully?
Like, I agree with most of his conclusions. Like, rape is wrong, stealing is wrong, slavery is wrong, beating your kids is wrong. I don't know about the veganism stuff, but I agree with like 99.99% of his conclusions. However, I don't agree with any of the math leading up to therefore. Everything before therefore, I completely disagree with 100%. And that's the problem. It's like if you're going to try to prove therefore, you need to show your work. You need to have that math there to say, hey, here's the foundation of what we're talking about. Here's the reasoning why it's wrong to do all these things. And it's important to do that so that way when you explain it to people who just aren't sycophants who are going to ad hom you most of the chat room, right? There's going to be people who are going to be like, wait, hold on a second. If you have something that's ironclad, which I don't think we've had yet, but there's something that's ironclad that proves that there's objective morality, that proves all of these things are immoral beyond reasonable doubt. I think that'll be a net benefit to society. And I'm always looking for it. And I'm always looking for it. Anytime some libertarian comes along and says, I have proof of objective morality for the non-aggression principle, I'm all ears. I'm ready to hear it. I'm looking at it. I'm trying to pick through it with the fine-tooth comb, not because I don't want it to be true. It's because I want it to be true, and I want to make sure that I'm going to adhere to something that is true, so that when I relate to other people, they're not going to be like, well, you haven't demonstrated any single one of your premises so far. Opinion discarded, which a lot of people will do when they read. Like, people who are philosophically in, who understand these things are going to look at this and go, this is unsubstantiated claims.
And they would have walked away a long time before now.
Yeah.
Trust me. Like, I am committed to see this thing to the end, but if I wasn't, I would have already checked out. Like, we are way past the rational threshold for this. Go ahead.
I think something that could be useful to help maybe demonstrate this a little bit is Alukia said, I'm assuming sarcastically, need to prove that harming children is wrong. And the answer to that is yes, for the exact same reason someone would have to prove that you owning a gun is bad, or that you jaywalking across the street is bad, or that you downloading a movie off of the internet is bad, or that you breathing air is bad. Anytime, just, it's really easy to say, like, well, these things are obvious because you agree with them, but find the thing that someone disagrees with you on, whatever it is, drug laws, policing, I don't know, IP, whatever it is. And then imagine that they're in your position that you're in now and just saying that those things are bad. You would say, well, why? How so? How come? You would want there to be some kind of an explanation.
Yeah, if harming children is wrong. Okay, now go to a place where they disagree with you and tell them that. And when they say, well, who says? What are you going to say? How are you going to show your work? How are you going to prove to them it's wrong besides saying, hey, go watch this 8-hour presentation by Passio? Like, that's not an argument. Passio pointing to a board with a list of rights and wrongs, in his opinion, is not showing your philosophical work. We're not even out of bed yet, to use a common philosophical phrase. We haven't even started philosophy. This has just been assertions. The guy that super chatted, we hang, I feel terrible about his name, about what I'm doing to his name. Sorry, let me clarify. It says, are you just saying there needs to be more evidence on it because he says it's a science? Like in math, we need to first define what addition means, but can we answer where it can? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. If Mark Passio had said, hey guys, here's my opinion on what right and wrong is and what you shouldn't do and shouldn't do, we wouldn't even be talking right now. Everybody has opinions on what's right and wrong and what they should and shouldn't do. Fine, have your opinions are like assholes, everybody's got one. But when you call it science, when you say you're doing objective philosophy, that applies rigorous standards of reason and evidence to what you're saying. Just like if you called, like if you said, my opinion is that 2 and 3 make 7. Okay, well, that's your opinion, you're wrong, but okay, whatever. But if you said, no, I am abiding by the rules of math and reason and evidence, and I'm saying that 2 and 3 make 7. Okay, now you're objectively wrong, and we have a problem because you're summoning in standards that you're not meeting. So yeah, that's basically exactly what I think I'm saying, at least, if not us.
Well, no, Aaron, you're wrong, and the reason why is because it makes no sense. See how ridiculous it sounds when it gets used right on you? It's not an argument. This is like the whole entire video we've been listening to, just no arguments, not just bad arguments, because there's not bad arguments being made. Well, there's been a couple, but for the most part, all of it's just like, this is true. Why is it true? It's just true. Well, this is true. What do you mean? How do we know it's true? Well, it's just true because I said so. You should just know that it's true. On and on and on and on. And then it's like, therefore this, like, whoa. We haven't even established even the first premise. Not even the first one.
Not even one. Like every set of, I think I can say this as a blanket statement thus far. Every single sentence he said so far could have been followed by, because I said so.
Yeah.
That's not philosophy. That's not science. Full stop.
Dave10 had a comment. There isn't a philosophy that meets this standard then, right? And you are absolutely correct. Here's my, what does Passio say all the time? He says, this is the egos or whatever, right? I have a big problem with people trying to solve philosophy because I legitimately don't believe it's not possible, but maybe someday someone way smarter than us. Right now, there is no philosophy ever constructed that meets the standard that Passio is trying to put on himself. And there have been thousands of people who have tried. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of individual books all trying to do the exact same thing as him with a different flavor. And no one has been able to do it. For a lot of the reasons that we've talked about and many more. But just the things that we've talked about alone have been damning to 99% of them for the exact same reasons.
So I agree in terms of ethics. I don't know about other realms of philosophy. There's some pretty good, metaphysics and stuff like that, but epistemology,
sure,
but ethics, ethics is ethics is the one that I really despise because everybody thinks they have the answer because reasons, and it's like, well, because reasons is not an argument.
Yeah, I think you're very right. I think we can get close on some of these things, but ethics specifically, yeah.
I just want to point out that like we've had so much less like shit posting in the comments that I feel like we're actually having a good conversation with people now. So it's like I made the point. So thank you guys for being more mature and thick-skinned enough to actually dive in and challenge these topics with us. I appreciate that. Aaron just keeps making assertions, much like Passio. Mark's teaching is true. We have been indoctrinated into believing that morality is subjective. Citation needed. Which is the entire problem, dude. You guys aren't even logically consistent. We're not making arguments. We're responding to Passio's presentation. You haven't heard our philosophies. You haven't. We're not making anything. Anyway.
Okay, so this is
your feelings. Listen, like this is a learning moment for you, dude. Seriously, Aaron, like, please take this in the friendly, constructive criticism that it's directed to you at. You are in your feels right now. You gotta take a breath, back up. Like, I know we're challenging something that you probably very fervently believe in. I've been there. Believe me, I've been there. I'm not saying we're right. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I'm definitely getting emotional responses. You're not really responding with reason and evidence. You're responding with assertions and feelings. This is coming more condescending. I don't intend this to be condescending. I'm just trying to. I don't even know. Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
Let's just say that there's like two people who are arguing about ethics, right? And the two people that are arguing is one person thinks that it's immoral for you not to eat excrement every day, and then there's another person that says no. That's not immoral. What is immoral is not drinking urine every day. And so the person who's claiming that, that you should drink urine every day is going after the arguments being made by the person who says you should eat excrement every day. Now, he can make a logical case of why eating excrement is not moral or is not a moral act, or not eating it is immoral. He can make a sound case. It does. His dumb philosophy about drinking pee has no bearing on his arguments against the other way. If we're just talking about his specific ideology that you should eat excrement every day, it doesn't have any bearing on it. And it's something that I used to deal with, like the Zeitgeist movement all the time, is I would critique their arguments, and I would make a conscious effort to never, ever mention what my solution is to all the world's problems, my political goals, anytime I argue with these people, because it's always a distraction. It's like, well, what do you believe? What is your cure? Well, that's wrong because this. It's like, no. We're not going to talk about that. Maybe when I make my video about what my political philosophy is, we can talk about that. We can have that discussion. But right now, the topic is yours. And just because my worldview and my ethical system, or my, eating or drinking excrement morality is wrong or right, has no bearing on whether or not your prescription is incorrect. So we're talking about Mark Passio. We're focusing on Mark Passio. And we could say Passio, whatever. I always mess up his name. I'm sorry. We could talk about him all day. But my egoism has no bearing on my criticism of that. I'm not coming at this as like, as an egoist, he is wrong because X. I'm saying he hasn't demonstrated anything to prove his point whatsoever. Sure, we could agree on that, but that has no relationship whatsoever to whether or not what he's saying is actually true.
We don't even have to have an opinion or a position. We don't even have to have a philosophy. We're not involved here. We're considering it. And if we don't have one, and if we don't have an alternative to Marx's philosophy, that doesn't mean Marx is right. That's I think what Jim is saying. Like, even if we've got nothing, even if we have no ideas of our own, that doesn't make his right. That's what we're working through today, is his right.
Evolution is wrong, or creationism is true because evolution is wrong. Does not follow.
Says, Weehang says, I think you can prove morality is objective by proving that it is not subjective. Can we prove rights are objective because as voluntarists, we know there are principles that there are regardless of what society thinks? Again, show your work. Where do these principles come from? If somebody said, prove it to you, how would you prove that we have these principles that are there regardless of what society thinks? That's what the work of doing philosophy is. And that's what we need to, that's what we're doing on this channel, specifically Disenthrall, is about this nerdy philosophy stuff a lot of the time. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to improve ourselves here.
And to bring it back one more time. So like Democrats all the time will talk about how it's immoral for people to go out and buy guns or carry guns around and stuff like that. When you press them on it, it's just, well, because it just seems bad. This is the same level of argumentation that I get from Democrats, and it's same arguments that I get from Republicans when they start talking about something like why pornography is wrong. A lot of the time they'll give you a completely incoherent thing like, oh, it's just degenerate. It's like, well, that's not an argument. That's just saying something is degenerate. That doesn't prove anything. You're just expressing your opinion. And then it's supposed to turn into objective morality by the end of it. It does not follow. It does not follow. It doesn't. If we're going to have a higher standard for them than we have for us, then there's something fundamentally wrong with the way you're thinking. You have to hold everybody up to the same standard, including yourself.
Alakia says they want to be free from humans called government, but think rights are subjective. You don't know what we think rights are. We haven't talked about our positions today. You don't know. We're not. It's not about us today. This is important for you to understand. Like, we don't have to be right ourselves to know if Passio is right or wrong. I think I already made that point, so I won't do it again. Outlaw Barber says,
he's not doing it.
Abusing children is wrong because there is stacks of data that show that children that are abused are way more likely to self-harm and use harm on others as adults. Is data right or wrong? The judgment,
Hume's law.
Hume's law, exactly. The judgment of whether or not children self-harming is bad is your opinion. Is not in nature. That judgment is not in nature. It's not. If you say it is, that is the burden of proof is on you. You have to prove that there's something about reality that says that that's true. That's the point. That's Hume's law. That's Hume's guillotine. I'm catching up on comments. This is good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Phobe says he wants to hear more of my voice, and I just saw Aaron Butler's latest comment. You don't get to say that morality is subjective and agree that slavery is wrong. I don't think any of us have made the claim in this video that slavery is wrong. We could all be pro-slavery for all you know. It has literally no bearing on, I'll say it since everybody else has said it, on Passio's claims. It has no bearing on their validity, no bearing on their soundness, no bearing on their cogency. Whatever baggage you are bringing into the conversation to project onto us is irrelevant to what we're trying to do here. Now, I want to make sure that it's clear. I don't think any of us agree or disagree with the statement that slavery is wrong. I'll go ahead and bite that bullet now. But you can't just assert these things and say like, oh, look at this, morality is subjective and thinks that slavery is wrong. Look at these nerds. That's not how any of this works. Like, philosophy is a system. It's known as the first science, right? That's the beautiful part about it. There are ways to engage with topics and ideas that produce falsifiable, or that take falsifiable claims and produce accurate and repeatable results. And that's what we're doing here. That's all we're doing. It's not anything more than that. We're not over here talking about how horrible of a person Passio is. We're not over here talking about how dumb his prescriptions on reality are. We're saying X to Y doesn't make sense. Or just actually, since there hasn't been any X, therefore Y, we're just saying X doesn't make sense. Or he's just saying Y. So it's not even that deep, bro. Like, we're level 1. This is level 1 right now.
And it's also not disrespectful. Like, if I was going around telling people 2 and 3 make 7, and you said, no, Patrick, we gotta talk. Hold on, Patrick, come here. 2 plus 3 equals 5, bro. Like, you would be helping me. You would be paying me the respect of your attention to correct my misperceptions. That's what we're doing here. This is not meant to... No one's digging up Passio. I bet he's cool. I bet he's a nice guy. In fact, I know people that know that he's a nice guy. This has nothing to do with him personally.
I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm pretty sure he'd be cool to hang out with and have a whiskey with.
Hell yeah. Mentally Illust Radio says the condition of theft created by doing certain actions is objectively wrong because that condition violates ownership and creates the incentive to defend that ownership. The violation of ownership is how we know what causes harm. What says that violating ownership is bad? Show your work. This is philosophy, not a fireside chat with whiskey. Well, I mean, I guess everybody's got whiskey.
I'm having whiskey.
Yeah. This is philosophy. You have to show your work. You cannot just make assertions like that. That is an assertion. You got to show your work. That's what's hard. The philosophy is hard. It is really hard. People think it's easy. It's not.
Especially when you've been doing it for 8 hours.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to skim without missing anything important. Do we acknowledge the existence of self-ownership? This is not about us today. I refuse to get into what I believe today because it's going to totally distract from the whole purpose of this live stream. I have an entire channel of videos talking about what I believe. This video is not about what I believe today.
And I've talked about it in my live streams, what I believe.
And so is Christian. Yep. We all have channels. You don't get to say morality. Oh, you already covered that one. All right. I love Mark's work and Patrick's. Mark is very passionate and emotional and comes from a spiritual perspective. Patrick is more logical and breaks down what words actually mean. Words don't have actual meaning. Sorry. All right.
Well, they do have meaning.
I can be pedantic.
It's not set in stone. Language is meaningless, bro. That's a self-detonating statement.
Here we go. Something in chat I can agree with, and I'm gonna hit play again. Outlaw Barber says, I think anyone in this chat are the cream of the crop of philosophical thinking and breaking down what is actually right and wrong. Everyone should be discussing this. Yeah, if nothing else, the people that are here and are interested in this topic are better than your average human, in my opinion. So thank you for being here. Hitting play.
Apophasis, written there in Greek script, which comes from the Greek verb apophanai. Okay, so apo in Greek means away from or the negation of, and phanai in Greek means to say.
Okay, one more time, Aaron Butler. Harm equals wrong, he says. Come on, guys, it's not hard. Says who? Show your work. Prove that it's wrong. Tell me right now. Make your next comment. Don't comment another word on my channel until your comment says the proof of why harming something or someone is wrong. Objectively wrong. Why? Prove it. Show your work.
Or to speak. So when we put them together, it means to say no or not to say, or to say what something is not, in other words. That's what apophasis is. You're saying this is not this. It's the opposite of that. Okay? So it is a method of logical reasoning or deductive reasoning that is employed when you are given a limited set of possibilities in order to arrive at knowledge by way of the exclusion of known negatives. You're setting the logical inconsistencies to the side and saying, this is not what this thing is. That's called apophasis. Okay? You are describing what something is by explaining what it is not. This is called affirmation through negation. is another term that this truth discovery process is known as, okay? So what we're going to do is apophasis. We're going to do apophatic inquiry regarding right and wrong. So what is not a right? What are ways that people can cause harm to other people or animals? Ways that we can cause harm to other sentient beings. One of the first thing, so what we're doing here is we're going to list the boundary conditions for natural law here, for breaking natural law. If we take these actions, we are breaking natural law because the action is a cause which results in the effect of harm to another being. All right? So these are what are simply, I call them the natural law transgressions, which means sins or wrongdoings. They're simply harmful actions that a person is capable of taking to another being against.
I'm torn between moving on in the video and commenting on chat. I want to kind of balance the two now because we have some good discussion going finally.
How much longer in the video do we have?
We have 15 more minutes in part 2, and then we have part 3.
Oh, geez.
Let me check the.
How about this? Let's wrap up part 2, and then we can move on to chat.
Okay, fair enough.
And then we can also take turns like taking breaks. So if someone wants to go to the bathroom. Well, I've been going to the bathroom frequently because I drink a lot of fluids.
Another being. That's all. So of course, many people will get the first one. What's one of the main horrible, wrong things that somebody can do to another person? Kill them, murder them, take their life. Okay? Murder. And I would distinguish murder from killing as well. Because occasionally, to defend oneself, killing may be necessary. But murder is always immoral and wrong. Okay? See,
murder defined how?
In Hebrew. Do you know what it says in Hebrew? It does not say thou shalt not kill. The term for murder in Hebrew is tirzach. The 5th commandment in Hebrew is lo tirzach, which means do not murder. Murder as a verb in Hebrew is a completely different word and a totally different connotation than the verb to kill. Because what they're saying is don't take life without any right to take it, meaning that you initiated the violence, and that's what murder is. It's the initiation of the taking of somebody else's life when you had absolutely no right to take that life. Now, if someone is coming after you, your rights, there may be times when you do have to take defensive action and forceful action, up to and including deadly force. We're going to talk about that later. But murder is the first natural law transgression. And if you want to go down to a subsection of this transgression, you could list it as a totally separate wrongdoing. I'm keeping it in the same basic category. Assault, meaning you're directly physically accosting without right the well-being, the bodily well-being of another being, is also, it's like it would be, you could consider it attempted murder. Because assault is something that you do without right. If someone assaults somebody, they have no right to commit assault. Never exists. The right to commit assault does not exist. The right to commit murder does not exist in any circumstance, ever. Blanket statement. The right to defend oneself through physical force exists, and possibly in certain circumstances, the right to kill exists. But murder and assault can never be rights, because they always are done by being initiated.
I don't know what else to do here.
Right to do
like,
so. It
this
is
is
the
all
initiation of violence.
Assertion.
Right? Rape is the second natural law transgression. Okay? You're coercing the free will of another person and making them sexually associate with whom they wish not to. That's rape. And it's always wrong. Blanket statement. All right? The third natural law transgression is theft. It is the taking of property that does not belong to you. Someone else, got that property through lawful means without hurting somebody else. That's their property for as long as they are using it and being responsible for it. And you don't have a right to just take what doesn't belong to you. Nobody has a right to take my projector or my remote control or my computer any more than I would have the right to take Richard's cameras. Okay? It would be theft of somebody else's property. It's not mine. And this is the problem. We don't understand property. As we're going to get to, all rights are property rights. We'll get to that in a moment. That's the third natural law transgression. The fourth is trespass. And that means going into somebody else's lair that they are using, that they own lawfully and that they're responsible for, without their permission or consent, and you're just invading their privacy and their space, and you're taking their security away from them in that process. Okay? We do have a right to set aside a place for ourselves for our own lair. Okay? And to violate that is to trespass against somebody else in their own property. The fifth and last natural law transgression is coercion. This is forcing somebody through the threat of violence to have their will comply with your will, whether they don't wish that to be the case or not. Making somebody do something that is against their will, coercing them. And that's also not a right. Now, that's a small list, very small list, right? We could add one more. We could add lying. Lying is also a wrongdoing. And I would consider that a theft of truth or a withholding of truth that somebody needs to understand to make accurate, informed decisions, lying to them. Okay? But essentially, these five are the overarching natural law transgressions. I challenge anybody to come up with a wrongdoing that doesn't fit into one of these categories. So far, I've never had one person able to do it.
So how does lying cause harm?
Any action that
sounds Kantian.
Sounds like you want him to show his work. It sounds like you want him to stop making assertions.
You could think of that doesn't fall into one of these wrongdoings.
I'm going to tell my girlfriend she looks fat in that dress. I'm not going to lie anymore.
That moose says, well, assertions. Assertion. See how you pronounce the word? Means you like butt stuff.
Yep. I would probably categorize it as pure ignorance, but, I would say, hey, maybe you could look at it like that because that's propagating the slavery system indirectly. So, you're actually, you're not doing anything to help anybody else's freedom, certainly. I don't know if I would categorize that as a natural law transgression because, it's giving consent and propping up that system. It's not technically what I would call an action, but it's more of like giving consent. Hey, you could say that is a wrongdoing, I guess, because giving your consent is tacitly saying yes to control, and that's ultimately affecting everybody else's freedom negatively. So, possibly. But in general, what I would say is if you could think of an actual physical action that doesn't fall into one of those categories, let me know. Because that's a pretty comprehensive list, and it's only like, 6 words. So, now, what if I told you I could narrow it down? What if I told you I can get rid of 5 of those words and take it down to 1? Okay? These are the wrongdoings. Let's try to narrow it down, right? Okay? Every harmful action that a human being is capable of taking is a form of theft. Now, many people will hear that for the first time. I've never heard that said. There is no action that you can take that causes harm to another person that is not a form of theft in some form or fashion. I challenge anybody to come up with an action that isn't a form of theft, that is an action that is a wrongdoing that isn't a form of theft. You won't be able to do it. I put that challenge out on my...
Lying? To use your own idea of something that's wrong? Is not a form of theft?
To be fair to him, he said that was a theft of knowledge to another person.
Knowledge is not a valid form of property, so it cannot be stolen?
Well, we're working under the Passio framework, remember? So,
someone in chat said that lying can, he's literally said how lying can cause harm. Okay. Again, it can, but it doesn't necessarily. So I could lie that would benefit somebody, right? So if, let's say a girlfriend says, like, do I look fat in this dress? By me lying to her and saying, like, oh no, you look great, that actually is beneficial to her, right? It boosts her self-esteem. She's going to feel better about going outside. But if I say, no, it you totally look fat. You look disgusting in that thing. Take it off. Don't ever wear it again. That would cause harm. So but at the same time, yeah, like you could lie to someone and be like, oh this book I'm going to sell you totally will teach you how to not be fat. And the book is not even about dieting at all. Okay, then yeah, that's fraud. But so just because something is the case, well, this is very different than something like murder, which necessarily causes harm. There's no way around it. It necessarily follows if you murder someone, you're harming them. Lying is not the case. Lying is not so true. Everybody tells lies. Everybody, all the time, everywhere.
This was requested in the chat, so I wanted to show this. This was the picture. It has milk spilled on it now, so it's even more unique. Yeah. I'm making an NFT of this later. It'll be $1,000.
Hell yeah.
Right.
Just one more thing on the lying. It's the reason I said earlier that it was Kantian is because this is one of Kant's most hot takes, I guess we'll say, even for his time, where he was the king of hot takes. And he used, I believe it was, I might be conflating this with another analogy but I think he used the axe murderer analogy in one of his essays. And basically it's the idea that, like, if an axe murderer, you're at your friend's house and an axe murderer comes over and says, hey, where's your friend? I want to kill him. You are morally obligated to tell them the truth, because not doing so and lying, making the positive choice of lying, could result in further harm rather than, and it was like a story about how they're leaving out the back. And so if you tell them that they're inside, the axe murderer will go inside and then they won't find them. But if you tell them the truth, then if you lie to them, then they'll go around and the other person will come out the front and then they'll get killed by the axe murderer. You know, it's this big contrived thing to say that, like, lying can sometimes have bad effects, but that's very much a Kantian relic, I think would be a good way of putting it.
So just because we have one form of lies that cause harm does not mean that all lies therefore cause harm.
Yes.
Yes, the pandemic is a lie.
And it causes harm.
On my podcast,
that doesn't mean all of them do.
If you know.
Actually, it's not the lie that causes harm. It's the people believing
using the lie as an excuse to
not one person. The only person, one person challenged it and tried to say lying. I say, okay, that's really taking the truth from somebody, thieving truth. Whether you want to look at it as you're simply dissuading them from looking at the truth too,
no,
or not offering correct information. Still, you're taking away
truth is not property.
That was the stupidest thing you interpreted there.
that was really bad. That was not good.
So it is a form of theft.
No.
Some form of property. Now look at that word. Property. Proper, meaning right, is always being stolen when a wrongdoing is committed. All rights are property.
Proper right.
It's like he saw one quote from, sorry, we've been on air for so long, his mind is blanking. Who's the guy who's famous for saying all rights are property rights? Hoppe.
Yeah.
It's like he saw that one quote from Hoppe and was like, well, boy, do I have a philosophy.
But you can fit so many assertions in this bitch. What does that mean?
Tap the hood.
Yeah, tap the hood.
Rights. All wrongs are theft of property.
You don't own truth.
Once again,
sorry.
I challenge anybody. It's an open challenge. If you can find me.
Can somebody make that meme, please? False star phobes. Can you make that? You can fit so many assertions. I need that. I need that meme in my life. Give me that flag. I might actually print that flag.
It's not a property right.
That's a T-shirt too.
It is not
the theft
of some form of property. Please do it. Please let me know. Okay? Life is a form of property. So taking life you had no right to take, murder, is stealing property that wasn't your own, because that was that person's life, possessive. They own it. And I didn't have a right to just go and take it for no reason. Rights are a form of property, meaning actions that you may do, because they are in harmony with natural law and do not cause harm to others, I don't have a right to stop you from taking.
He's not engaging honestly, Christian.
If you're
don't worry
not
about
harming
it.
somebody else, nobody has a right to stop you from taking taking an action.
How do you own actions?
You may perform any action which does not directly result in harm to somebody else.
Actions are not property.
Okay? Rights are a form of property.
Rights are not
Freedom is a
property.
form of property.
Freedom is not property.
Somebody doesn't have a right to take somebody else's freedom and hold them against
None
their
of
will.
these are valid forms of property. No wonder he thinks everything is theft. And
because they don't like what they're doing. They have a distaste for what they're doing. Or they want them to comply with their behavior, with their commands. Okay? They
assertions
want them
cause
to
harm.
make their behavior
Shepherd.
comply with commands that they're being given. So, if you really break it down, let's look at the wrongdoings once again. Murder. Is that not the taking of somebody else's life? Assault is the taking of their right to remain unharmed in their person. You're taking their health if you assault them, right? Their homeostasis in their body is being put under assault. And that's
this is
robbery.
all wrong.
That's somebody
This is
taking
all-
something that isn't theirs to take.
Can we
None
stop
of
for
this
just
is
a
property.
second?
You're taking
Yeah,
somebody
sure.
else's free.
we're already here
sorry.
till past midnight. I'm worried, but yeah.
I'm sorry. I have to say, because I want to make sure I didn't mess this up. He said assault is a violation of a person's right to not have their body harmed, which is a condition or status. That is not an action. So his definition that rights are actions doesn't even apply there. Like, what is the action of not being harmed by somebody? That's not an action you do. That's not a positive right. That's a negative right. So it's like, that's incoherent. These things do not add up.
Yes.
Will to sexually associate with whom they choose to sexually associate. And therefore that's a property theft, because that's their property, their free will. Theft itself says it right there. You're taking physical possessions that aren't yours to take from somebody else. Stealing. Trespass, you are taking someone's security in their own lair, as we talked about, which you don't have a right to take. That's also their property. Coercion, what are you taking? Somebody else's free will, which isn't yours to take. That's a gift from the Creator, which belongs to each individual. And if somebody's coercing somebody by telling them, you must do this because I said so, and if you don't do this, I will come and do some form of harm to you, that's not a right. That's a wrongdoing. Coercion.
Prove it.
And it's a
Prove it.
form
Show
of
your work.
theft. Yeah, exactly. Sure. You
The guy in
must
the audience
buy
got one
this.
right.
Imagine this. Great. We're going to take 5 more minutes, and then we're going to take an hour and 15-minute break.
Yeah, no, we're not.
So all of these things are forms of wrongdoing, and they're all ultimately one wrongdoing in different forms. They are all theft, every one of them. There is only one wrongdoing. There's only one way anybody can wrong anybody else. Stealing. That's it. Every form of wrongdoing is a form of theft against another being and their property.
This is the perfect example of what I mean
A
when I
living
say
being or their
we
property
agree on the conclusions,
must
but his
have
way of
been
getting there,
harmed
we
in order
completely
for a
fundamentally
violation
disagree
of
on.
natural law or wrongdoing to have taken place. Any action which does not cause such harm is a right. There's the apophatic definition of a right. Through understanding what a wrongdoing is. And I'm telling you, billions of people, not millions, not hundreds of millions, billions of people on this planet do not know this. Could not tell you this.
It's an assertion. You haven't proven it.
This is it. This is it, folks, right here. This is the crux of natural law. What is
Finally.
a right? What is a
Here
wrong?
we are. Prove it.
And I was
Says
laying,
who?
I couldn't sleep last night. After we got home, I never have problems sleeping. Ever.
Check chat.
I'm just going to tell you this before we break. I was laying in bed last night before I went to sleep for the night. Could not sleep because all I was thinking of is how preposterous. I told this to some people at lunch. I'm just sitting there thinking about how preposterous and ridiculous it is for me to even ever have to utter any of this. The fact that this is not 100% pure common sense knowledge on the earth is so abominably preposterous to me that all I was sitting there thinking is, how could I be going out and explaining this to people? This is what I must do? Me, though. I was almost, it was almost like schizophrenic in a way, because I was just thinking, I was waking up and then falling back to sleep and waking up thinking, where am I? Why am I here? And I'm the person who's coming out and doing this. And it's just so absurd and ridiculous to me. Some punk from South Philadelphia taking in the knowledge of the mystery traditions and teaching them to people. Me. It's the most ridiculous thing. I can't even imagine it, you know? I still can't. I can't imagine that it's necessary, you know? That's the position that our society is in. It's so profoundly sad that I can't believe it. And unless we deeply start to understand this and propagate this knowledge to other people, things are going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And there's no reason for it. There's no reason to go down that path. We want to choose the way of maximum pain because we don't want to give up thoughts that we're addicted to just because the pattern has been there for as long as we can remember. We would rather go down the path to the grave and the abyss rather than admit we were wrong and just say, I need to give up this negative way of thinking. You know? I'm going to leave it right there and just say the bottom line to what this section comes down to is if someone hasn't been harmed, no wrongdoing has been committed. No victim, no crime.
Prove
in other
it.
words.
Please
Many
prove
people
it.
insist, there doesn't have to be a victim for there to be a crime committed. You know how many people are rotting away in a jail cell right now as we speak who have never harmed another living being? You know how many people? Tens of thousands. Okay? And no one has any right to hold them. Unless you've harmed somebody else, nobody has a right to stop you from continuing to take the action that you are taking. Okay? We're going to talk about some of those things in the last section. So let's take an hour and 15-minute break, and we'll be back here at about...
Woo! We did it, guys! Part 2 down! Good job. Good job,
I feel like that
everybody.
was the meat. That was our slice of bologna.
Yep, he did say that was the crux of it. So we'll see. Okay, let me do a couple comments. Phobes, if you made that meme for me, please DM it to me in Discord. I can't look at Discord main chat right now. I would love to see that if you did it. Okay, a few comments. So this was, I guess, in response to my challenge to Alakia on showing his work on why it was wrong, why murder was wrong. He says, proof murder is wrong because the right to take another life does not exist. Okay, so what you just did is you made an argument that had a premise. The right to take a life does not exist was a premise in your argument that you didn't show your work for. So again, please show your work. What is this right to life? What is this right to not be murdered? Where does it come from? You got to show your work, man. You have to back your statements up, your premises up. Mentally Illest Radio says pain hurts. There's the proof. Who says pain is wrong? You got to show your work.
To give birth.
Proof murder. Some people like pain. Mentally Illest Radio says every person doesn't like to be. Mentally Illest Radio said every person doesn't like to be thefted. That's proof that there's a constant to everyone's experience. It says something about the self. The self hates theft. That's an ad populum fallacy. Just because everybody thinks something is bad doesn't mean that it's bad. You have to actually show something in nature if you're going to try and claim that it's objectively bad. Also, there are people that don't mind being thefted. What was that actor's name in California recently that talked about his car getting broken into and he wasn't that worried about it? What was his name? Jim, did you hear this on Twitter?
Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen. He's like, yeah, whoever broke into my car and took stuff, probably needed it more than I didn't want it stolen from me. So, whatever. So again,
yeah, some people are like want their car stolen because then they're like, oh, sweet, now I can get that insurance payment.
Yeah,
get a better car.
But even if every person doesn't like it, doesn't mean that it's still not an argument. Outlaw Barber says, I think because I have consumed so many magic mushrooms in my life that I still believe morality is objective because the force of nature, while tripping, showed this to me. I can never prove it, though. So...
Dude, we know.
Dude, we love... No, so it's totally possible that you had some legit experience that actually provided you evidence that you do not have the capacity to share with me that proved that somehow this objective morality existed in nature. That is totally possible. I cannot disprove that. And as you know, that is not sufficient evidence for me, and you can't provide me sufficient evidence of your experience. So that doesn't do anybody else that didn't have that experience any good. Also, I would suggest that if you take a lot of hallucinations and you have a hallucination, there's nothing saying that that hallucination was in any way reflective of reality. You took a hallucination, you had hallucinations. What's to say those hallucinations were true or false? Just some questions for you to ask yourself, because I wasn't in your head and I can't answer that.
Yeah, a lot of people do other drugs and think it's okay to steal from people to get more drugs because the drug told them to.
Yep.
I don't believe them.
It does say something about nature if it's a universal constant that every human hates unchosen pain. I can take that either way. Ad arguendo, every human hates unchosen pain. What makes that bad? You haven't started your argument yet. Prove it. What in nature says that unchosen pain is bad just because every human doesn't like it? I don't think it's the case that every human doesn't like it. I'm sure we could find exceptions, but whatever. Let's say that that's the case. What in nature shows that it's objectively wrong, immoral. Okay.
Doritos are delicious.
All right.
Therefore, everyone ought to eat them.
Okay, so we ended before the dinner break. I hope everyone
Did you
enjoyed
make
their
that,
dinner.
Jim? That meme you sent me?
He walked away. He doesn't have his headphones on.
Jeez. Okay, I'm going to...
Oh. What, did I miss something?
Did you make this meme?
I saw the free market posted it.
Oh, wow. All right. Here, I'll share it. It's kind of rude, though.
Oh, man.
Yeah. That's kind of rude. Kind of rude. All right. Let's hit play.
The concept that if there is no victim, if no actual wrongdoing has taken place resulting in harm to someone else, there is no crime. And many people are being jailed for victimless crimes that they've never harmed another being, and yet their freedom has been taken away. Another aspect about this concept of the difference between right and wrong behavior is we have to understand that there is no such thing as the ability to delegate a wrong to someone else. No one can say to someone, you may harm him.
Aaron, we haven't talked about what we believe.
Okay?
Today's show is not about what we believe.
Morally, okay? No more than
why is what we believe important to a discussion about what Passio thinks?
And they have the moral right to commit it, to commit that wrongdoing. There's no such thing as that. Okay? So this is what many people who believe in things like government believe in, that we can delegate to a group of people who are calling themselves a government something that is not a right, and all come together and agree upon, they now possess this right. Rights can't be granted by human beings to other human beings. Everybody is born with the same rights because rights don't come from human beings. Rights, like the laws of nature, come from the creator of the universe. They don't come from human beings. Human beings don't make up what right and wrong are. Right and wrong are inherent to creation and are up to us to discover and recognize what they are and then live in accordance with those principles. So if
I'm doing the flashing assertions thing just so I can stop interrupting the video to make the point. Like, he's not backing up his claims here again.
Action is not a right for any individual. That action cannot be, quote, delegated, granted, or licensed to any other individual or group and magically called a right. It does not become a right. If it's wrong, it remains a wrong, no matter how many people believe they can do it or delegate it or otherwise. Similarly, a right can't be turned into a wrong. If it's a right and you're not harming somebody by doing it, somebody can't magically say, well, that's a wrong and you're not allowed to do that. And yet we have things that go right hand in hand with that, and it's called government. An action that is a wrong would forever remain a wrong under natural law. So how do we know what rights are? Part of knowing rights is understand that natural law, the difference between right and wrong, always holds true regardless of a population's belief system. Like natural law being in effect, the difference between right and wrong are not dependent on anybody's belief. They are eternal truths that need to be understood. So this means it does not matter how many people agree that a wrong can be turned into a right or that a right can be turned into a wrong. Such things can never be done in reality. We can believe we can do that and act like that, but in reality, it cannot actually be done. A right forever remains a right, a wrong forever remains a wrong. People can only believe that they can claim such reversals and that this will magically make it so. Unfortunately, most human beings erroneously believe that it is morally possible for them to create and delegate rights, quote unquote, which do not exist, or to take away actual rights from people which do exist. They believe we can do that. So when in doubt as to whether an action is or is not in harmony with natural law, the visualization exercise that I always ask people to do is to imagine a scenario of a planet, a world.
Did you just teach elementary math,
where
Jim?
only two people exist on an entire planet. Okay? If the behavior in that circumstance, in that visualized instance, is either a right or a wrong, in that instance, it remains a...
This is important because this is part of Passio's vegan logic as well. So mentally illist says a universal dislike for theft isn't appealing to mass agreement. It says something scientifically of the human self. Let's say, for the sake of discussion, that every single human disliked their body being harmed, for example. Okay, that's premise one of your argument. All humans dislike their body being harmed non-consensually. Your conclusion of your argument is harming a human's body is wrong. So premise one, humans don't like it. Conclusion, it's wrong. That's a non sequitur. It's wrong doesn't follow from all humans don't like it. Who cares that it's wrong? Who says that that's wrong? If all stink bugs like pushing balls of poop, who says that taking a poop ball away from is it a stink bug? Whatever, dung beetle. Who says that taking a dung beetle's ball of poop away from it is wrong? All dung beetles like pushing them. Who says it's wrong? Just because they all like something. That's not an argument. That's not a valid argument. Hopefully I illustrated that clearly. I feel like we're going around in circles on that one.
Right or a wrong in any sized population, regardless of how many people may believe otherwise. Okay? So if a right is a right for one person to do toward another, okay, or if it's a wrong, the action is a wrong for one person to take toward another, population is irrelevant. People will say, well, yeah, if there was a couple of people, that would be okay. But if in a world of 7 billion people, we can't let people do that. Well, this has nothing to do with what right and wrong is. You know, as if they're changeable. Let's look at this scenario. So there's our world, and there's two people, okay? Two well-groomed businessmen. And they're, you know, we're going to look at it at an instance. Let's look at taxation, the concept of taxation. Is taxation of any kind a right or a wrong? Is it morally acceptable and justifiable, or is it something that is actually a wrong? So let's look at what taxation really is. And again, we're not going to euphemize. We're going to talk about it straight on. So here's what taxation is.
Whoa!
It's not what I believe it is. I'm getting down to the heart of the matter and describing what it actually is.
Look at that.
Taxation
Look at that wall of text.
The claim that a specific group of people who call themselves government have been given a, quote, right. They've been delegated a right, okay? We've written down a law, and we say this people calling themselves the government and the IRS have a right to do this particular action, this activity, okay, this behavior. They've been given a right to confiscate, unwillingly, I might add, an arbitrarily chosen percentage of the product of another individual's labor. Now, let me just start with this, right? If you ask anybody, how many are you going to voluntarily pay more taxes? Nobody will raise their hand. And you say, why not? Well, because I could barely afford to pay the ones I'm paying now, and I don't want to volunteer any more money toward that endeavor. Quite frankly, I want my resources for myself to use as I see fit voluntarily. But if the government then said, well, your taxes are going up by 5%, how many people would pay them? Most people would. Because subconsciously or consciously, they recognize this is...
Read what I typed out. That's very
coercion.
Important.
Where?
Oh, I'm talking to the person in chat. Yeah, I basically just copied and pasted what Hume said about Hume's guillotine.
Oh, I see.
Because that's the best way to describe it, is actually Hume himself.
Yeah, Outlaw says that I need to research it on a personal level so I can see what he saw. Well, what the null hypothesis is not part of that equation. What if those hallucinogens that you took permanently altered your brain to make you think it was real? I don't necessarily want to do that to my brain because I like my brain intact and undamaged. I'm not saying it did, whatever. I'm just saying that you don't have a null hypothesis there. It's possible that it was just a hallucination. And I don't think you can disprove that even to yourself.
They're actually under duress. They're being told that if they don't give this at the command of the people who are confiscating it, that some form of violence will be conducted upon them, whether through the form of fining them and saying, we're going to take more of your resources, whether by saying, we're going to throw you in a cage and make you stay there for as long as we say you need to stay there, okay? Or by actually conducting actual physical harm upon them. So, again, we're saying that this quote-unquote right is given to individuals who call themselves government, and then they have the right to confiscate this arbitrarily chosen percentage of the product of another individual's labor. Because that's what money is, okay? Or that's what, whatever we make through what we work, that's the product of our labor. We work and then we get compensated for it. So that's an exchange for labor that we have done. That's our property, because we gave labor in return for that. So this is done whether or not the other agrees to share that product voluntarily. It's not a voluntary process. Coercion is involved. Taxation is enforced by the threat of violence, which is behavior that will result in bodily harm, or imprisonment, which is the taking away of physical freedom of movement, if those from whom the product is being seized attempt to resist this confiscation. This practice is always, quote, justified, and the word justify actually breaks down etymologically. The word justify means to create a right. That's what justify actually means. Jus in Latin means right or law, and then facere means to create or to make. So to justify means to create right, to make a right up and conjure it into existence. So it's always justified or made into a right, quote unquote, by those who claim that such a practice is necessary and required to, quote unquote, uphold the common good. This is the justification offered for the seizure of the product of people's labor involuntarily. Now, if we are honest with ourselves, if we define the concept of slavery, and I think this is a good definition for slavery, would it be fair to say slavery is the involuntary confiscation of 100% of the product of the labor of another human being? That be a fair definition? You're saying you're working, I'm going to take whatever you generate as a result of that work that you're doing. It doesn't belong to you. The product of your labor doesn't belong to you. All of it belongs to me. So you work for me. I take everything that you have been able to amass or create through the labor that you have done. I think everybody here would agree that's slavery. That's as good as a definition of slavery as you're probably going to get. I mean, we can come up with some other definitions that involve coercion and
how about the ownership of humans?
People. But if we really are honest with ourselves, what is the
probably a
purpose
better
of slavery
definition
to begin with is to make others work for free and then take all of the product of the labor. That's what slavery was conducted for. Okay? So, if we're defining slavery as the involuntary confiscation of 100% of the product of the labor of another human being, we should be able to clearly see that there is no
distraction. I just want to point that out, that this is just a deflection.
What is?
My vaccination status is a complete
he still on about it?
Oh, yeah, well, he's still on about it.
It's because he doesn't have any arguments, so he's just going to harp on you getting vaxxed.
I'm not making the argument that people should or shouldn't do it. Never made that claim.
Nope.
Magical percentage to which we could lower this number that would no longer make it slavery. So I ask people, if the person who's saying I'm going to confiscate 100% of your labor and keep it for myself would say, well, I'm going to take 75%. I'll take 3/4. You can keep 1/4 of what you've created. Would that no longer constitute slavery? And I don't care what you say I'm going to use the 75% for. Okay? If you're telling somebody you have no choice, 75% of your labor belongs to me, would that no longer be slavery just because they allow them to keep 25? Okay, let's lower it to 50. Is it still slavery? Okay. Well, what percentage could it possibly be lowered to for it not to be slavery anymore? Only 0. There is no percentage that it could be lowered.
How many hours are we in?
To constitute slavery.
We have a total of 3 hours and 5 minutes remaining of video.
How many have we been streaming so far?
9 hours, 37 minutes.
Okay, when we start getting close to like 11 hours, we should start a new stream and do another part, so that way it saves. Yeah, because unless you are saving it.
I'm saving it.
Okay, good.
And again, if we're being honest with ourselves, many people want to justify this in many ways by saying, oh, it's used for services which someone doesn't have a right to refuse. You know, I tell people, hey, if I said to you, I'm a computer technician. You own a computer? Okay, I'm now your computer technician. You're not allowed to refuse my services. Just think about that for a moment. You may not refuse that I am now providing the service for your computer to keep it in good shape. Okay? First of all, what have I just taken from that gentleman? Right to choose, free will. Right there, that's slavery. I don't even have to keep going and say, hey, if you refuse, or if you, whether you want or don't want my computer services, I'm now your technician, and I need $200 every year. I'll come over a couple of times. I don't care whether you're happy with my service or not, okay? And if you don't pay me, I'm coming and taking the computer. Now, is that really your property if you're living under that kind of duress? Or am I just a violent criminal who's saying I'm going to steal your stuff if you don't give me what I say? I'm holding you under extortion. That's duress. That's called duress. It means I am threatening violence unto the person unless they conform to my will. And that's what we're all held under. We're held under duress. All forms of taxation are duress. It is a master class telling people you have no right to refuse the arbitrarily set confiscation of your labor that I deem is going to be necessary for what I say it's necessary for. So how could you possibly claim that your home belongs to you if you're paying something called a property tax? That somebody is saying, for the services we provide in this community, you must pay us this percentage, and if you don't pay it, your house is going to be turned over to the government. And it's, you know what that's called? There's a term for that, okay? When a society doesn't actually have true private property ownership rights, and a higher class of masters actually owns the land and owns the property and only allows the peasant class to live upon the property for as long as they pay tribute to the master class, who can tell me what system of government that is? That's called feudalism. And that's the United States government and just about every government on the earth. You live in feudalism. There's no such thing as democracy. There's certainly not a constitutional republic, that's for sure, okay? The de facto state of government, which means indeed in action, is feudalism. And feudalism is just another euphemism. It's a euphemism for slavery. Okay? Because slaves aren't allowed to own property. Slaves aren't allowed to keep the product of their labor. You know? That's all it really is. If we're being honest with ourselves. Once again, there's my catchphrase for this.
We have not established that slavery is immoral.
We want to euphemize at no point. Justify it, call it
I was just about to say that. Yep. We all agree with these conclusions.
At the UFO conference.
But he's got to show the work.
Again, I prefer not to see it that way. Well, you're not being honest with yourself. You're lying. It's called lying to yourself. That's what cognitive dissonance is. It's called lying to yourself.
And the root word of lie is lie. So when you're sleeping with somebody, oh wait.
Okay, so
I'm getting tired.
If we're being honest with ourselves, taxation
don't even stop it if I interrupt.
Theft, violence, and slavery, the practices upon which it is actually based.
I have a feeling that this is
going to be individual anywhere on earth has the right to claim ownership of the product of another's labor, such behavior can never be, quote, delegated to a group of people and called a right. Therefore, it follows logically that all forms of taxation, I don't care what they are, excise tax, property tax, gift tax, inheritance tax, income tax, I don't care what form it is, taxes on corporations even, okay? All forms of taxation are always wrong according to natural law because they are all based in the destruction of free will, they are based on coercion, and they are ultimately based upon violence, all of which are wrongdoings, all of which are forms of theft, and all of which not one individual has the right to perform upon another. And this is what people want to justify and believe can be magically turned into a right. Just because they want to euphemize it and call it taxation.
It's really happening.
Let's look at another example. Prohibition.
It's really the whole thing. It's all assertion. Okay? It's literally happening.
I'm big into health, into eating right. Okay? I'm huge into juicing. It's one of my favorite things. Purification of the body is part of purification of the mind. All right?
Was it Jack?
But I'm going to tell you, I'm 100% for anybody being allowed to put anything into their body because they own their body. If I want to break up this remote control in little pieces and eat it with a sprinkling of pepper, then that's my right to do so, regardless of what the chips may do to my intestinal tract. Okay? There's a reason I have the right to eat this remote if I want to. You want to know why? My body is my property.
I just want to point out that I'm pretty sure we could stop the stream right now and be done with our entire critique, and the only reason we're not going to is so that no one can claim
well, you didn't do the whole thing.
That we don't understand because we didn't even bother to finish it.
Grasp this, okay? The people they were asking the questions to, okay, because the students were doing the tabulation of, accumulating the answers from people that they asked the questions to. And one of the questions I asked them to ask people is, do you own your own body? Almost every student in my first natural law seminar, when they asked people if they own their own body, they came back to the next class and almost every student said, almost everybody they asked that question to paused for a long time and thought about it.
Outlaw Barber, why is it immoral to do that to a person?
Could not immediately spit out, absolutely, my body is my property. And because I think people want to overthink things and say, well, am I going to own my body forever? I'm going to die one day. Does that mean I don't own it now? What's the over-intellectualization and mystification of this concept? I tell people, I recognize fully I'm going to die one day and this flesh is going to crumble and pass into the earth. Okay? Does that mean I don't own my body right now?
If I'm coming off as spiteful,
why I own it,
you do not understand
because my consciousness inhabits
how I'm
this
feeling.
body and I'm using it.
I'm not spiteful at all.
The expression of my consciousness is the very reason I own my body.
I'm a little annoyed that the next 3 hours of my lifespan are potentially just going to be a waste of time, but I'm having a decently good time reading chat and talking to you guys.
The situation that it has been.
And I got pizza on the way and whiskey soon.
So let's go forward with prohibition. Okay, it's the claim that a group of people who call themselves government have been given the right to prevent others from putting any given substance into their own bodies. And if others...
A lot of people in comments this whole time have been adding me like...
fined or imprisoned.
Like I've got ego in this.
And it should be self-evident.
I'm trying to learn. Like if this guy that so many people follow and think is right, and I'm wrong, I need to know. I want to know. There's no ego in here. If I'm wrong, that's a good thing. If he proves me wrong, I will throw a fucking party and reformat my entire YouTube channel, and I'll have a blast doing it. Why? Because I'll get to make a whole series of videos going over how I was wrong, where I was wrong, how this changes everything, what are the implications of Mark Passio's natural law that I now agree with. Boy, that would be a blast for me.
Not even about being wrong, just now you can dunk on everybody who else is wrong.
Yeah, I can make more of these videos against other people like Patrick making takedown videos.
I can't put something in my body that I deem that I want in it. Okay? Because people can't separate the act of imbibing the substance or putting the substance into the body, okay, from the action that people may subsequently take. And they're two different things. So somebody might go out and want to get smashed tonight and do a bunch of drinking, but if you then go out on the street and start clubbing somebody with the nearest available blunt object, you don't have a right to do that. You had a right to go drinking. Okay, any more than you would have a right to go snort some cocaine or bang some heroin into your arm. Okay? I don't think those two things are particularly good ideas, but I support your right to do it. But hey, if after you do those things you go and hurt somebody else, you got to be held accountable for the actions you just took. That's what personal responsibility is all about. And these two things need to be delineated from each other. We have to clearly be able to separate the act of the right to put something into my body and me still being personally responsible for what I do with my body. Okay? So
the remainder,
that this is a claim,
the next probably hour or more of the video is going to be going through the rights and just asserting that they're the case.
Yeah.
Like we could fast forward this.
Yeah, I think he's already established, at least in his mind, why things are immoral. So now he's going through all the implications of it. Well, now that we know what the formula is, rape is wrong. Let me explain why rape is wrong.
Okay. So if I say
using this formula that I did, that's not substantiated in any way.
Well, what's the claim on the ownership of another person's body? Slavery. If we're not euphemizing it, and if we're being honest with ourselves, okay? Prohibition is merely the claim of ownership upon another person's body is called slavery.
I'm for Fay Ranch
Therefore,
now.
prohibition is merely a euphemism for slavery that is backed by violence,
Nevada.
regardless of the justifications made by those who claim such practices are, quote, necessary for the common good. That's always the justification. Since no individual anywhere on earth has the right to claim the ownership of another person's body, such behavior can never be delegated to a group and magically termed a right. Therefore, all forms of prohibition are always wrong according to natural law. Doesn't matter what the substance is. Doesn't matter what it is. How destructive it may be to the body or brain. Look, if I want to go under my sink, take some cleaning supplies and make a nice cocktail with some lye and some roach poison and some rat poison, stir it up in a water solution and go glug, 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 glug. That's my right. Want to know why? Because I own my body. I own my consciousness and my body, period, the end. So if I want to do that, that's my right to do so. Okay? Nobody has a right to tell me what I can and cannot put into my body. Yet we accept this because of these justifications that, it's for the common good. Forget what rights are. You know, it's for the common good. We need to accept slavery for the common good. Yeah. Yeah, it works out like that. So how about licenses and permits? These are claims that a group of people who call themselves government. And again, we're going back and visualizing. Imagine one person trying to make this claim to another person. Nobody would find it legitimate. Nobody would find that one person may make that claim to another person. Yet we think these other people called government have rights that individuals don't have. That's what we think. That's called mind control.
I've never worn these headphones this long.
To accept some people have rights that other people don't have. That's what it is. You know, so go back to that.
Yeah,
visualization
AKGs get
exercise.
rough too.
Can one person
But I'm
make
wearing
that
my
claim over
Sonys
another
because
and have it
my
be
AKGs
legitimate?
don't
Of course
fit
not.
under
so
my
if nobody has
foot.
that right, how could that right be delegated to somebody else? It can't.
That's why they're shifted so far forward on my head
Licenses
right now.
and permits. They're claims that a
Giving the
group
other
of
side of my
people who
ears a
call
rest.
themselves government have been given the right, quote unquote, the right to prevent others from exercising specific behaviors, even if such behaviors cause no harm to others or their property. Unless those others petition, meaning beg, or pay the government for permission.
MTC
That's what a permit is. It means
so you guys don't own
permission
your body? We haven't talked
to
about
be allowed to exercise those
We're
behaviors.
talking about what Passio thinks
This amounts to the claim that
Kathy Newman.
rights are actually merely privileges that may be granted or revoked by government at any time.
So you guys like to get
Thanks
raped?
for hanging out with
upon
us so long.
The
Good to have
people
you.
in government's preference, their discretion.
Just like to be raped?
All right.
You guys like
Remember,
murder?
saying
the
you wanna be a
definition of a
slave.
right is any action which does not cause harm to another living being or their property. There is no such thing as the right, quote unquote, to stop another person from exercising a right. If
I'm gonna get
something is a
reference one
right,
of these
meaning it
days. I
doesn't
hear
cause
nothing
harm,
but amazing
there
things.
is no such thing as someone's right to stop you from performing that
I'm
action.
more of an Isla Scotch guy.
Okay? That would be called coercion, which is a wrong. Okay? So the actual ingestion of, let's say, marijuana, for example.
I only have
harms
one
no
headphone
else.
over one ear. I'm
You
missing
can
the
put that into
arguments.
your
That's why I
body,
won't
sit there
understand. That's why
perfectly
I'm
and
wrong.
not cause harm to another living being.
I
That's
didn't even
called a
use
right.
both ears. I'm not
For
taking
the
this
very
seriously.
specific definition that it caused no harm. Okay? I would not have the right to tell another individual, you may not do that action. That would be a wrongdoing. Well, it's the same thing for something when it comes to licenses and permits. You're
Just gonna
telling
leave this
people,
on for a while.
hey, if you pay me $50, I'll let you smoke that marijuana without doing violence to you.
Aaron Butler,
Unless I change my mind.
Google
And then I won't give you a permit.
Kathy
I'll
Newman.
just say, hey, you're not allowed to do that. Even something that is a right, like assembling and speaking, like what was done in the state of Pennsylvania a few years ago when the G20 visited in the
Bullish-
city of Pittsburgh.
Bullish Tingles
The city
asked
telling
maybe
people,
rights for things
we have
that
revoked
was
the right
described and
to
agreed upon in the contract called the Constitution. I didn't sign shit, just so you know.
assemble and speak and petition for grievances. You don't have the right to come and speak. No protests will be tolerated or we'll hit you with sound and water cannons. You know? And people just lay down and accept it.
You guys condone
whole
rape
city
and
of
murder. We get
Pittsburgh.
it. He literally said
You
it.
know? Because, we're going to go and ask them for a permit. And they just said no.
He said it.
Nope. You don't have that right anymore. We find you on the street
He
and getting
said the
blasted with a
meme.
sound cannon and deafened. Some people went permanently deaf. Permanently deaf. Lost their hearing from what happened in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Just post this
You see
picture.
the stuff that was happening
Yes.
in it wasn't Egypt, where they were hitting
you're
people
saying
with
you like
water
rape?
cannons recently and killing some of them.
So you're saying
It
you
was
like
in the Middle
murder.
East somewhere. Turkey, correct. You know, hitting people. Some people died getting hit in the eye with such pressure it hits the brain. People were dead from water cannons. They call these non-lethal weapons because they're telling you, you may not speak, you may not assemble. We're going to revoke that right. Really. See, there is no right to stop someone from exercising a pre-existing right. That's you making the claim, I own your rights. That's what that's really doing. That's saying, I'm God, I get to grant what a right is or revoke what a right is at any given time. It's basically what it is. It amounts to someone claiming to be God. The claim over the rights of another person is called slavery. Even more so, it is the claim to be God. The claim that the rights of another flow from you. Therefore, licensing and permits are merely other euphemisms for slavery, regardless of the justifications made by those who claim such practices are, quote, necessary for the common good. Since no individual anywhere on earth, no single individual, has the right to claim the ownership of another person's rights, such behavior can never be delegated to a group and magically called a right. Therefore, all forms of licensing and permits, according to natural law, are always wrongdoings because they are always based in coercion and the theft of someone else's rights.
This is going to be the next 3 hours.
So again, that's the visualization exercise. There's 3 quick examples. You have to envision there's only 2 people. Would one person have a right to conduct that action against another?
Let's try and make the best of it.
If the answer is no, the right cannot be.
Are you driving?
There's
Should we play a desert bus?
The right and delegating it to other people and telling them now you're allowed to perform that behavior. It's always a wrongdoing. But people, because of this idea, this mind control called government, want to believe that that right exists.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Delegate something that is a wrongdoing. Force versus violence. We need to understand that these concepts are complete opposites of each other.
Like a new section.
They're not
Hold
the
on.
same. The terms should never be used interchangeably with each other because not only are they not even remotely similar, they're direct, diametrically opposed opposites. Let's look at the difference. They're often spoken about as if
we
they're
have a
the
table.
same, and they're used
Wake up, pay
interchangeably,
attention. Table
when
time.
in fact, they are actually diametrically opposed to each other.
Says
Force, the definition of force, is the capacity to do work or cause physical change in the physical world. Okay? For any change to be created in the physical world in any capacity, force must be used and applied. There's nothing you can do that doesn't require force if you're going to make a change happen in the physical. Okay? So to set up this equipment, force was required. We had to lift it, we had to set it up, we had to plug in the cables. Force is required to do all those things. It's the capacity to perform physical activity, physical work. Okay? Action, force is actually action which is in harmony with morality and natural law because the taking of it, the usage of it, doesn't violate rights of other people. So as soon as you're stepping over the line into coercive usage of force, that becomes violence. The initiation of force for coercive reasons, for coercive applications, becomes violence. That's what makes it violence. Force itself is not violence. As such, force is action which one always possesses the natural right to take, and this includes the defense, the physical defense of someone's person, their body, against the act of violence. Force may be applied in that situation. When you are accosted with violence, you do reserve the right to use physical force defensively against such an assault.
He speaks
Violence,
so
on the other hand,
confidently.
and this is the key to keep in mind with violence.
So
It is the
matter-of-factly.
immoral initiation
It's like he's
of
just
physical power
explaining
to coerce, compel,
1
or
+ 1
restrain.
= 2.
Unrightfully.
This is so obvious.
No one has the right to ever enact violence because violence is always starting it. Initiation, that's the key word there. It's the immoral, the unrightful initiation. So, teachers in schools will, if there's a skirmish that happens between a couple of male students one day, they'll say, it doesn't matter who started it. All that matters is who started it. All that matters is who started it.
Once you reach 9 hours of assertions, they go through a metamorphosis and become arguments.
Is the person who struck first. They initiated the immoral use of physical behavior, of physical force, physical power to coerce, compel, or restrain. Therefore, when the person beats back that physical assault with force, they have not committed an additional wrongdoing. Okay? It's difficult for many people to understand who are in right brain imbalance. They don't want to acknowledge that you maintain the natural right to use force when you are accosted with violent behavior. If someone just came up to me on the street and started swinging, okay, because they want something I have, or just because they don't like the look of me for whatever reason, they don't have the right to do that. If I replied by beating back their attack with sufficient force to put that action down,
no, outlaw, I haven't researched the occult much.
Would have been committed? 1. Correct. 1. Not 2. 1. Because I maintain the right to defend myself with physical power with physical force when necessary, when violence, meaning someone else started the immoral behavior. That's what matters, the initiation. Who started it is all that matters. All that matters. And again, it's a very difficult thing for the ego to comprehend. The ego doesn't want to hear that. It's been conditioned so long that responding with force is also violence. We are verbally and mentally equating these two things, and when in fact, they are actual complete opposites. Okay, if a kid got hit by somebody else in a school, and then that other kid maybe even said once, stop what you're doing, and then when the other kid wouldn't stop, he punched him and knocked him out. Okay, I would ask other people, who struck first? And if the kid lying on the floor struck first, I'd say you got what you deserved. That's it. Because that person had a right to defend themselves. You had no right to strike him. You initiated the violence. He responded with defensive force. Many people don't want to hear that because they're very conditioned. And I'm not saying you have to do that. You also reserve the right not to do that. But the right does exist. Both rights exist. You would have the right to not respond with physical force, but you would have the right to respond with physical force. See, that's a free will decision that the person has the right to choose between those actions. I don't even look at either one of them as the high road. You know? Personally, I think if somebody keeps beating somebody and keeps conducting violence to them, and the other person keeps accepting it and never rebels against it and never uses any force to put it down, I almost look at that as the low road. I'm not a pacifist. Not a pacifist. Okay? I am 100% about non-violence. No one made it, so I meaning don't initiate harm to other people. Don't start it. Don't start none, won't be none. In street that's how it really is. Okay?
Who made it?
But if somebody else starts it,
I did.
They're asking to be put down with the amount of physical force that is required to put down the act of aggression. Violence is coercive action. See, that's the key. It's always coercion. Saying, you're going to do what I want you to do, or then I'm going to strike. Then I'm going to commit the act of violence. It's coercive. It's action which is always in opposition to morality and natural law for the very reason that it involves the violation of others' rights. That's why it's called violence. It's a violation.
Mark went over the occult stuff.
The act of violation it resulted in violence. Your rights have been violated. That's why it's called violence.
Whoa!
Violence is action which one never possesses the right to.
It's called violence. Hold on.
There is no such thing as the right to commit violence.
That is the stupidest thing you interpreted there.
That was bad. That one was bad. That was a terrible equivocation.
It doesn't exist. Because violence is the immoral initiation of physical power to compel, coerce, restrain, which no one has the right to do. No, you don't have the right, no one does have the right to initiate that type of action. Force on the ever. There is no such thing as the right to commit violence. Doesn't exist. To morality and natural law for the very reason that it involves the violation of others' rights. That's why it's called violence. It's a violation. The act of violation resulted in violence. Your rights have been violated. That's why it's called violence. It's the same root word. Violence is action which one never possesses the right to take, ever. There is no such thing as the right to commit violence. Doesn't exist. Because violence is the immoral initiation of physical power to compel, coerce, restrain, which no one has the right to do. No, you don't have the right. No one does have the right to initiate that type of action.
This is just his opinion on the definitions of the word violence.
There is a time and
you could say defensive violence, and everyone would know what you meant. And remember, what's important with language is communicating the meaning from one brain to another. These words don't have objective meanings.
Everything's valuable. I want your shoes. Oh, they're leather? Take them off. Take the wallet out, all the jewelry. Give me your purse. Give me your wallet. Okay? It's called a thug. Nobody would believe he has the authority or the right to do that, and we would have the moral obligation to obey this criminal.
That's why it's called violence.
Webster's. If the criminal started calling himself government, we might start believing it.
Webster's. Right? I'm looking it up now.
But let's say somebody on the street saw what was being done, took out their own 9mm and blew this guy away. How many acts of violence were committed? One. But what I understand. But again, that's somebody saying, I prefer not to see it that way. Well, again, perception and reality do not really align in many cases. They're not the same. That person is incorrectly perceiving what is. They're not seeing the truth. And many people don't want to hear that that's the truth because they're very conditioned and they are very well-behaved slaves. You know, as harsh as that is to say. They don't want to understand that the inherent right to use force against violence exists and is always our right. Always. Now, I'm not telling you go out and immediately do that either, because the perception is so screwed up in the body of humanity that the majority of people don't believe that would be a right. And they'll persecute you for doing it. You see,
shit. I just looked it up on Webster's. I was wrong. It literally says that. Oh my God, what are the chances?
Defend themselves from violence with defensive physical force. A person who is accosted by violence possesses the right to stop the person who is conducting the violence from continuing to do harm to them with any amount of force that is necessary to stop the attack or the assault, okay, up to and including deadly force. I would say, if you want to be nice about it, give the person one verbal warning to stop. Say no once. After that, it's on. That's it.
I'm going to shoot you in the face.
That's really my policy.
No.
That would be my policy.
Welcome to the gulag.
The problem is here, the so-called...
I know we're in applied ethics land at this point, and so we're like well past the framework that all of this comes from. But what was his list of rights? There was all sorts of crazy things on it, right? So if someone lies to you, and then because that's a right, you have a right not to be lied to, apparently. So if someone lies to you and you say, hey, don't lie to me, and they lie to you again, you can shoot them?
Fuck it, dude. Let's go bold.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
It's what he said. I hit the wrong button. Sorry. I meant to hit this button.
Or how about this one?
By the way, when you're telling these little stories, here's a good idea. Have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
Authorities of the government, like you say, don't want to see it that way, and they're constantly trying to take
Thanksgiving
this
movie
away
ever.
from somebody. They're constantly trying to say, no, we own the monopoly on the usage of force, and all you may do is wait and be accosted and assaulted until one of us shows up. Well, you know what that's called? It's called a big crock of bullshit, is what that's called. And it shouldn't be accepted by anyone who has any common sense.
Play it.
Shouldn't be accepted.
All right, I will.
Not an argument.
By anyone. Unfortunately, again, like I said, people are very, very well conditioned, and they think that this is an example of two wrongs don't make a right. There's no two wrongs committed there. There's one wrong committed, and then there's a right that is being exercised. Big difference between exercising a right that involves the defensive use of force and committing a wrongdoing which involves the initiation of violence. And people got to get clear on this. They have to get clear on it. So the question becomes: does violence
I feel like I need to clarify. We're not really interacting much at this point because it's kind of over. Like we've passed the point of looking for his arguments and him backing up his assertions that didn't happen. And all he's doing now is going over the ways that his,
I don't care what you think. I'm telling you,
whatever that was earlier, is applied to various crimes and harms. And because the premises that existed were flawed or not backed up, there's not really a need for us to comment on the after effects of his assertions.
We're accepting that.
because he didn't prove
These
them.
people have no more
So
right to
anything
do it
he
than any other
says
individual would. And
that
this concept
follows
brings us to
his
what
previous
my-
assertions,
the way
we don't even
I
need to bother with,
and explain to people
because
what
they're
real
baseless as well.
spiritual
So it's like
enlightenment is.
the way logic works is a sort of
Because what the New Age
an if
community
this,
is
then
telling
therefore
you
this,
that
therefore this,
enlightened
therefore
being
this. And
looks
if you
like
break
is
one link in that
as a
chain,
big crock
the rest of the
gold
chain
of
becomes
what
invalidated
people
as
don't
well.
understand the self-defense principle believe.
So
I
we're just
exist.
Enlightenment is not what this
What'd you say?
Because I
nonsense
exist,
community is trying to tell
because
people that it is.
I exist.
All right?
Because
It's
I
not about not
exist,
taking
my name
action,
is
sitting
Jim.
under a tree,
Because my name is Jim, I'm Superman.
okay?
Therefore, it's wrong to steal, it's wrong to murder, it's wrong to rape, it's wrong to hold people in slavery.
Enlightenment means knowing what's going on within you. Enlightenment means
You're not
truly
Superman,
knowing
though.
the truth.
oh, I was going to go
So-
with you don't exist though.
Knowing that in your
But
life.
okay, yeah, Superman.
Enlightenment,
I thought we were
Yes.
against solipsism.
Yeah.
not aggressing upon your fellow
Applied
human
ethics
beings,
is nested
but
entirely
not
within a normative
agreeing
framework,
voluntarily
and
to
the normative
the
framework hasn't been
bond.
substantiated, so there can be no applied ethics.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay?
Yep.
There's two pillars.
You just
two
said it in a lot less
dynamics
words.
that go hand in hand with real enlightenment. I call this the two pillars of enlightenment. Okay? So here they are. The first pillar is the sacred feminine principle. This has been called the non-aggression principle. All right?
Yep, it's about to be whiskey
It
and pizza
is-
for me, Moose.
The simple law of don't engage in violence. Or, quite simply put, don't steal. Don't steal. We talked about that. That's what all spiritual law can be boiled down to. Don't steal from other people. Don't take what isn't yours. Don't take life that isn't yours. Don't take property that isn't yours. Don't take rights that aren't yours. They're the property of others. Respect their ownership. Okay? Most people can grasp this pretty readily. Okay? And even in the New Age movement, they grasp this. In other words, don't immorally initiate non-rightful use of physical power to coerce, constrain, or compel the rightful physical behavior or free will choice of another sentient being.
The nap is feminine.
Respect other people's free will, their rights,
Today
their
I
property,
learned.
their life, period. Real simple. It's the golden rule. Don't do things to
Your
other
Honor,
people that you don't want
I
them to do.
do not want
I
to
always say
defend the
that-
non-aggression principle because it's a woman.
Much more powerful that way.
When you disagree with
But
Mark,
there is a second
Give
principle.
us some of your political beliefs.
Kill everyone now. Condone first-degree murder. Advocate cannibalism. Eat shit. Filth are my politics. Filth is my life. Take whatever you like.
The masculine principle. This is what religions of the world, whether they be government, organized religion of different regions of the world and cultures, the New Age movement, all right, this is what they want, they are seeking to suppress, because religions are right brain modalities. They're right brain methods of mind control. Just like government, who thinks it's a monopoly on the physical use of force, that's a left brain imbalanced mindset. All right? The second pillar of enlightenment is the sacred masculine principle, which is also known as the self-defense principle.
Let's not ask
Your
what
body's
makes
your
the
property,
nap
you have a right to defend
feminine,
it when it comes under attack by violence.
and let's not ask him to
This principle
back
states
that claim up with any
sentient
kind
beings
of
have the
evidence or
inherent
reason.
right to use
Let's
force
just
to
trudge
defend
forward.
themselves from violence conducted upon them by another. This is the part many people don't get. You know, that's why we're not rebelling against our slave keepers, our slave masters who are masters of other people in their own sick, distorted, psychopathic minds and are nothing but thugs and criminals that people magically believe have the moral authority to continue to do what they're doing just because they euphemize slavery and call it government now. That's the sacred masculine principle. There is no such thing as an enlightened being that doesn't fully grasp both of these principles anywhere. Never has been.
Sniggles
no
on
such
Odyssey
thing as
says,
half measures.
the
You gotta
science
get 'em
of
fully
not an argument.
both, or you're not there. And that's the problem. We're not all the way there. If people were already there, they wouldn't be tolerating what we're putting up with. More aggression against people's rights is being conducted in this country than when the founders of this nation actually separated from England. And they would have been horrified. I tell people, look, not to get nasty, But I tell people, if the founders of this country could magically come back to life somehow and see what's going on in this country, they'd take a piss on people. That's what they would do. That's how much disrespect they would have for what we're putting up with. You know? Again, just to say it the way it really is. That's what they would want to do to us.
Life is fiery with its beauty, its incredible detail. Tuning into it, they want to shatter your mind. Talking about Justin Bieber.
Warn you about all this. We warn
this
you
will
about
not
all.
stand. You know, this aggression will not stand, man.
Man.
Ignored it. Ignored it. So what did all those people who died in that revolution die for?
The feminine urge not to break the nap.
We have to understand true ownership. Real, deeply. Not peripherally. Super deeply. We got to know what we own and what we don't own.
Christian, you're back just in time for the definition of ownership.
Why is this our current condition? That's the question we asked at the beginning. And here's the reason. The reason
I was listening.
our species continues to experience a systematic and growing loss of freedom is because we collectively do not deeply understand ownership.
And this was 8 years before COVID.
Commit and condone theft. This is a prison for thieves. That's what Earth is. It's a prison for people that don't want to respect ownership. They want to take things that aren't theirs.
And that's what we're here to learn. We're here to learn that there's only one natural law. Stop stealing from other people. Stop taking things that you don't own. Stop condoning theft of things that other people don't own. Don't condone that activity, that behavior either. So what is ownership? What's the definition?
Could you give us some of your political beliefs?
To own a thing means that regarding that thing, an individual maintains three basic things regarding it. The first is rightful possession. It means you acquired it without doing harm to somebody else. So you rightfully own it.
That's possession, not ownership.
Okay? You're in possession of it. You have it in your possession. It is yours. The second thing is you control its usage. Okay? So your house, you control its usage. Your car, you control its usage. Your clothes, you control their usage. My computer is mine. I control its usage. I'm using it.
My favorite definition of ownership is the right to
Control
exclude
of the
others
usage of something
from the use of a
means
thing.
that you own it. And most of all, maintaining personal responsibility for that possession is the
Notice
third aspect
that I
of
said my favorite definition, not the definition.
Rightful possession of it. I control the usage of that thing, and I maintain personal responsibility for it. All right? And this is what we have to understand.
Yep.
Natural law can be essentially reduced to
moral
one
law right here.
single spiritual law. I gave you the working definition, the soundbite definition before. Here's the super simplified two-word concrescence of all of this information.
There it is.
Natural law gets boiled down to two words. Don't steal. That's it. You want the key out of the prison? You got to understand property. You got to understand
that is the
all rights
stupidest
and
thing you
rights.
interpreted there.
Stop taking the property of other beings. Stop condoning the taking of the property of other beings. The end. You know, I should just get up here and say, don't steal, the end, everybody go home. Should be that simple. That's the key, folks. That's the key to the prison door. And what we're really talking about here is common sense. That's what conscience is.
10
People
hours.
don't think of conscience as common
10
sense.
hours, folks.
You know, they don't think of conscience as knowledge. Conscience is knowledge. It's not action, it's not behavior. It's knowledge. Again, knowledge is the way out of this. Okay? And this is the knowledge that has to be developed. Conscience comes from the Latin prefix con, meaning together, and the Latin verb sciere, meaning to know if you understand. To know together. To understand together.
Gotten to the point.
Conscience is common sense. Common sense knowing. Common sense knowledge. Literally. From the etymological breakdown of the word. Con, together, science, to know. That's why the problem is people don't have common sense. That's why I'm sitting there almost laughing hysterically that I need to try to teach common sense to people.
Endless trash!
What we all need to be doing is doing that work, you know? I know you guys get a lot of this. We need to start reaching out to other people. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. Conscience, the definition of it, is the definitive knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong according to natural law.
Please, God, tell me why. Please.
Definitive.
Please.
Okay, it's not up for debate. It exists inherently and objectively. It can be understood, known, discovered. This is different from action. Conscience is the knowledge, then we act upon it. Okay? So it's different from understanding something and acting upon it.
This is CNN breaking news.
Jim, no, that's illegal to.
Jim,
we're going to convert that into action. We exercise.
We can't hear you when you do that,
Jim.
Jim.
Conscience is actually action.
Blew my ears out.
The exercise of conscience is the free will choice of right action over wrong action. Once the definitive knowledge of the objective difference between right and wrong according to natural law has been acquired and integrated into the being. We acquire that knowledge first, understand it, then we act in either accordance with it or disharmony with it. If we act in accordance with it, it's called the exercise of conscience. That's action.
Hey, Aaron. Today's stream is not about what Patrick believes and what Patrick can prove.
I swear that I'm getting deja vu
the
right now.
The law of freedom. This is one of the basic laws within the body of natural law.
Unique and original critique. I'm
real
sure
simple.
He's never heard.
The law of freedom states that freedom and morality are directly proportional. It's a mathematical equation that works 100% of the time flawlessly.
Okay, I think we're actually getting into some new material here. So
freedom increases. As morality declines, freedom declines.
Very cool.
This means the more moral a population is, the freer it becomes. The more immoral a population is, the deeper into bondage and slavery it goes.
Okay, so to at least call out when I think he has something right, though I don't think this is an objective rule that can be proven and that he's going to prove. I think it's a tautology even to say that as people hurt people less, less people will be hurt. Please clap.
Another way of saying this is to say that the presence of truth and morality in the lives of the people of any given society is always inversely proportional to the presence of tyranny and slavery in that society. The more truth and morality there is, the less tyranny and slavery there is. The less truth and morality there is, the more tyranny and slavery there is. That's the law of freedom. And many people don't want to understand that.
There's tyranny and slavery because
inextricably
there's not enough truth,
and connected,
and there's not enough truth because there's too much slavery, and because there's too much slavery, it's because we don't have enough truth ad nauseum.
The presence of truth and morality in a society, and the presence of freedom or its lack in a society. True freedom can never exist in a society that embraces moral relativism, which is the idea that there is no inherent and objective difference between right and wrong. So
prove it.
Humanity may just arbitrarily create
relativism is.
That too, yeah.
Or decide right and wrong for themselves. That's the ideology called moral relativism. As I've said before, it is the second tenet of the satanic religion.
Wrong! Yeah, that's subjectivism. There's no difference between right and wrong. That's moral subjectivism, not relativism. But I know what he means now, so fine. And still, he's got to prove it.
It is deeply entrenched in this country and in the world. In our polls that we conducted, the psychological little tabulations that we did, asking several people questions, 2/3 of people were moral relativists. 66%. Think about that. 2 out of 3 people believe there's no such thing as an objective difference between right and wrong, and feel
that is an impressive amount of smoke that you're getting there, Jim.
Beings, and we get to make up what's right and what's wrong. 2/3 of people. That's where we're at. That's where we're really at.
Wow.
Natural law versus man's law.
Wow.
Here's the differences. Natural law is based upon the principles. It's based upon principles and truth, meaning things that are inherent to creation and are not made by humankind. Natural law can only either be
judgments of what constitutes right and wrong have not been shown to be inherent to creation in this talk.
Harmonized with due to knowledge and understanding, or rejected due to ignorance. So it's not something that is based on compliance because of we fear the punishment that would result of not understanding it. Okay, if you don't understand it and live according to it, the result is inescapable. Because men and women are not actually creating the result. Okay? The universe is bringing that result to us. Intelligently and dynamically. All right? In other words, once again, this is about consequences. You behave a certain way, there's certain consequences. You change the behavior, you'll change the consequential results. Natural law is universal, which means that it exists and applies anywhere in the universe regardless of physical location. There is no place you can go in the physical universe to escape natural law. Let me know if you find a way out of this universe and into another where natural law no longer applies, and we'll take a look at it together. But until you figure out the way out of this universe and into a place that's not governed by law, you're bound by natural law. Okay?
Wow. Wow. Examine that logical proof. Examine that logical proof. This universe is pink. And until you find another universe that isn't pink, or find a way to leave this universe, when you find another universe that isn't pink, we can talk. But until then, this universe is pink. Bruh. Okay.
Law is eternal. It will exist for as long as the universe exists, and it is immutable. Exists and applies for as long as the universe exists and cannot be changed by anything humanity is capable of doing or any other species in the universe is capable of doing for that matter. Man's law, on the other hand, let's look at how this contrasts with natural law. It's not based on principles and truth, it's based on dogmatic beliefs that are programs that are running in the human mind. These are constructs of the mind that operate like programs. Man's law is complied with due to the fear of the punishment that will be conducted upon people who attempt to not comply with it. It's most of the only reason people ever comply with the law of man. And that's a very low state.
All right, everyone. Pay attention. Aaron Butler has said that the gestalt of the stream is that theft is not wrong because you can't prove it. Aaron Butler, I will give you every dime of money that anybody has super chatted to this stream if you can link me the time code in the stream where any of the three of us said that theft is not wrong. If you cannot do it, please unsubscribe and never come back. Thanks.
Of consciousness, fear. That really is only going to get you all the negative things.
Yeah, he wasn't.
We say we don't want if we're in that vibration. Man's law differs with location based upon the whim of legislators, like prohibition. Well, I'm allowed to smoke marijuana in one state, and then I could be jailed for it in another. My freedom can be taken if I cross this imaginary line. Hey, I'm a gun owner, okay? If I take certain weapons that I own across an imaginary line, I could be jailed for years. But over this side of the imaginary line, it's okay. And you're just exercising a right. Hey, over here, it's morally wrong. We'll cage you for it. Over here, yeah, you're allowed to do that. You can have that high-capacity magazine. But over here, you're going into a cage for it, just by crossing an imaginary barrier called a state border. And people think that makes sense. They think the moral relativism of man's law makes sense. They actually believe something can be moral in one place and immoral in another place. You know? That's cognitive dissonance. That's holding two contradictory notions in the mind simultaneously and accepting them both when they're clear contradictions with each other.
That's relativism.
It's called lying to yourself. Let's be honest about what it really is. It's called lying to yourself. Man's law changes with time based upon the whim of legislators, which is also moral relativism. Prohibition in the 1920s. Oh, it was legal to possess and consume alcohol. Then for years it became illegal to do so. Then it switched back to becoming magically moral again. We won't cage you for doing it. Well, it changes over time based on our preferences and likes and dislikes. Yeah, we get to make up what law is, what right and wrong are. It's called moral relativism, all right? And it's one of the tenets of Satanism. So what does this mean for the law of man? You know, the people seem to have so much respect for it. You know, oh, we're a nation of laws written by men. You know, we don't give a damn about moral law. We don't really give a damn about what's right and wrong. You know, but we have so much respect for the law of man, which people actually believe is somehow based in morality, when it's nothing of the kind could be further from, couldn't get any further from the truth than that. It's based in moral relativism, which is about the whims of the legislator at any given time or place. You listen to certain forms of music in certain countries in the Middle East, you could be jailed for years just by putting a certain song on. Imagine this. And we would think that's unacceptable and deplorable. Yeah, we think you have this 30-round magazine here. This state only allows 10 cartridges to go into a magazine. I bring the physical object, even if it's not loaded with any ammunition, into another state. I can be put in a cage. Physical piece of plastic. You know, it's just total nonsense. Either something is a right and you're allowed to own it and you need to be responsible for it, or it's not a right because you're harming somebody. You know, it doesn't get any simpler than that. So what's this all mean for man's law? In light of natural law, what does it mean? To understand natural law, what does that mean for the laws of man here on earth? Well, what it actually means, it's simple if-then logic to apply. If a particular man-made law is in harmony with natural law, then it follows logically that it is redundant. It is stating the obvious. It is stating what is already known. It's like saying, I'm going to write down, yes, during the day the sky refracts a blue frequency. The sky is blue. I'm going to write that down and make it so. Well, it's redundant. It's self-evident. You can go out in the sky and look at the natural color of the sky on a clear day and see what the frequency is.
What? He's literally saying that it's self-evident now. Like, I know I put this onto him because I believe that it's a necessary part of any moral system that claims to be objective, that the objectivity must be self-evident. But now he's actually saying that these things are self-evident. Like, they are correct because there is a quality about them that makes them that way. What?
With your own eyes. No, you don't need to have it written down. Okay? It's a redundancy. So if it's in harmony already with natural law, it's stating a truth that is already there. It's an inherent truth. It's pre-existing. It's self-evident. Therefore, the writing down of that concept and calling it a law is irrelevant and unnecessary. Now let's look at the opposite. What if something that man writes down as a law is in direct opposition to natural law?
Hold on. I'm sorry. I have to get this out of the way. He didn't say it's self-evident. Can you bring the slide back up for me for just 1 second?
Which slide? His?
Yeah. Bring his slide up. Blah, blah, blah. In harmony with natural law, then it follows logically that it is redundant since it is stating a truth that is inherent, pre-existing, and self-evident. Like, you just put such a burden of proof on yourself with that one line. That one sentence has like as much burden of proof as like basically everything else he said up to this point. Like, that is a massive hill to climb.
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to beat you up. I just want to make sure it's clear. Sorry, he said, yeah, I agree. He just said it. I just want to make sure it's clear. He did say that he put that on himself.
Man-made law is in opposition to natural law. It follows logically that it is both false, meaning that it is incorrect. Okay, that's what natural law is. It's based in truth, that which is. And it's also immoral. Because if it's not based in natural law, it means that it is doing something that is actually harming somebody by taking something from them that doesn't belong to you. Like taxation, like permits and licensing, like suspending rights that do already exist, etc., so forth. All right? So, therefore, it's wrong, and it cannot
I feel like I should add
binding.
Self-evident to his definition of natural law, but it wasn't in there. So, but I mean, he's saying that effectively here.
Upon anyone. You can't write down a wrong and say, this is morally binding upon you, even though it creates harm, it causes harm, yet you must follow it. You know, and people believe this. We asked in the natural law seminar, how many people believe that if a law is passed and it restricts a right that you feel you have naturally because that action that it's saying you may not do causes no one else any harm? Do you have any moral obligation to obey that law until you could find a way to get it changed? And over 2/3 of people said, yes, you have a moral obligation to obey that law. Because these people have the moral right to issue commands and write down laws that constrain you, even if that behavior actually doesn't harm anybody and therefore is a natural right. You would still have to try to find a way to get that law changed. Nonsense. Nonsense. No one can be legitimately bound to a dictate of man that prevents somebody from exercising a natural right. It's called mind control, is what it's called. So in light of the differences between man's law and natural law, in light of natural law, man's law is both irrelevant and unnecessary, as it is either redundant because it is in harmony with natural law, or it is completely immoral because it is in direct opposition to natural law. This is a system of slavery that is not needed. There is equality under natural law, perfect equality. Everyone has the exact same rights. No one has any more or less rights than anyone else. Also, since rights are not created by humanity, and since they are the birthright of humanity, gifted to us by the creator of the universe, no human being or group of human beings is actually capable, in reality, of granting rights to anyone else, nor is any human being capable of revoking rights from anyone else. Everybody has the same rights. No one can make up a new right. No one can grant a right to somebody that is actually a wrong. Does not exist, never has existed, never will exist. This is an illusory belief system. All right? I'm not telling you people don't believe that can be done. I'm telling you in reality, in truth, it can never be done. Chris Leispooner phrased it pretty well. He said, government is nothing but men acting in concert. The morality and value of government, like any other association of men, will be no greater and no less than the morality and value of the men comprising it. Since government is nothing but men, its inherent, quote, authority to act is in no way greater or different than the, quote, authority to act of any individuals in isolation, like that example of two people on the planet. Government has no magic powers or, quote, authority that is not possessed by private individuals. Let he who asserts that government may do that which the individual may not do assume the onus of proof. That means the burden of proof, and demonstrate his contention. And you know what? There's nobody on this planet that can do that. Because when it comes down to it, if you're telling somebody else they may either commit a wrong against somebody else or prevent someone else from exercising a right, that's a lie. And that does not exist. Not in reality. It exists in a diseased mind is where it exists. Only in a sick mind is where that belief exists. You have to be imbalanced in the mind, in the psyche, to believe that that's true. It's a mental illness. I mean, that's what it really is. The word government, you break it down. People say this word every day almost, and yet they've never looked at the etymological roots of the word. It comes from the Latin verb gubernare. Once again, no V in classical Latin. No V, okay? So again, V's were rendered as either B's or P's in classical Latin language. So you could write this in what would be more modern Latin as gubernare with a V. But in classical Latin or ancient Latin, there is no V, so it would have been rendered with a B, gubernare. Now, what's the election of a governor called? It's called a gubernatorial election. Gubernatorial. Gubernare is in there, okay? Gubernare means to control. The verb gubernare in Latin means to control. The Latin noun mens, which is where the second part of the word ment is derived from, means mind. Okay? So
no,
you put
it does
these
not.
together.
That is wrong.
This is just actually incorrect, by the way.
Yeah, this is way wrong.
Okay, so let me address first why, even if it's right, it's wrong. Actually, you guys go first. Go with the factually inaccurate, and then I'll take the rest.
I'll let you go ahead.
Well, the etymology of the word government is actually from like a 13th century French word, which then goes back to like an old Gallic word used, basically before they even had writing. No, Gauls, the Gauls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No,
it's always about gay shit with you, Jim.
From them. Yeah.
No, it's all about Gaelic stuff with me.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I'm
not. Go ahead.
The Latin connections here are not not as strong as the Gallic and French connections. Like the word government we use literally comes from the old French word governor. Like it was just an expansion on that idea, which means like the right to rule or the rightful ruler or something like that in the old French. But so that was my thing. Like I've looked up the etymology of this word out of curiosity, but
so my thing is I can grant him, let's just say for the sake of argument, that government actually means mind control, or it used to mean mind control. The etymology of the word used to mean mind control. Let's grant him that for the sake of argument. What does that have to do with anything now? The fact that a word used to mean something has no bearing on anything. Look, it's a cart before the horse. Language is created to describe reality, not the other way around. Language doesn't determine reality. We can't look at the word government, realize that it used to mean mind control a long time ago, and then make the declaration like we just discovered it. Oh shit, government's mind control. That's backwards. That's language telling you what reality is instead of language being used to describe reality that pre-exists language or exists independent of language, I guess is what I'm saying. This is kind of a repeating theme with Passio.
So punishment, the word punishment, right? So let's just go with this. So punishment comes from to inflict penalty or harm or hurt on. So that means that punishment would translate literally to have a headache or harming the mind.
What?
To hurt the mind. So a headache. That's what punishment would mean.
Well, I'm being punished right now. Okay.
Actually, you can see why this is ridiculous. You can anything that ends with the word meant you can apply to the mind. Punishment, headache. It's ridiculous.
Cement. When you see the mind.
That is not safe for work.
From its etymological roots means to control the mind, or in other words, mind control. Now, I'm going to put something else up here for a moment. The etymological origin of the English suffix ment, M-E-N-T, is often debated in this etymological breakdown, all right? And I've gotten stuff about this constantly, and I've told people I'm not interested in hearing about it anymore. I know where this comes from. I know why the creators of the English language made it so.
And waving away.
Made it like this, okay? It is overwhelmingly clear.
The creators of the English language? I'm just
saying,
like,
studied linguistics.
He knows the intentions of all of the people who contributed to the development of the English language.
We're nitpicking at this point.
The origins of words. Okay,
we've already done the heavy lifting here. Now we're
ancient
just
languages. That the
who cares if he thinks government means mind control? Whatever. Okay.
Deliberately chose the Latin noun mens, meaning mind, to represent or mean in English the state of or the condition of. And this was done in direct keeping with the first principle of natural law, as we've already discussed, the principle of mentalism, which demonstrates that in order for any particular thing, event, or circumstance, any state or condition to exist in manifested reality, it, as it currently does, which is known as the plane of effects, it must have first existed in the plane of causality or the mental realm, the mind. Okay?
So Outlaw Barber points out, and I think this is probably the reason why Passio spends so much time on language, is that he believes or tries to convince people that this occulted knowledge, this old, lost, forgotten knowledge of the true meanings of words can alter perceptions of the person that aren't aware of its old, ancient, lost, forgotten knowledge. So if a word used to mean something and I'm not aware of it, that old hidden meaning that I'm not aware of will somehow affect me. To this, I say, prove it. I need evidence to support that claim. I have not seen any evidence. Passio has not presented any.
We've already looked at that principle of natural law. So anything that ends in ment, the original etymological derivation means that it was made that way first by a state of mind which led to its creation in physical reality. Okay? Any word you can think of that ends in ment, meaning the state of or the condition of, means it happened in mind first, and therefore it led to the state of or the condition of in physical reality. Okay? So, when I say that government means mind control, it literally does, and that is an accurate etymological breakdown. Okay? The word mens was deliberately chosen for specific reasons.
Really touchy on this one.
I just explained the reason of that meaning, the state of or the condition of. And many people want to hotly contest that. I'm telling you outright, they're wrong. They don't understand why that was chosen. Mens, meaning mind, was chosen deliberately to mean the state of or the condition of.
Non-fulfillment.
Government is based on this illusory and false concept called authority. People think certain people are authorities, that they actually have rights that other people don't have. The right to command, compel, coerce, and tell people, this is right, this is what you're going to do, and if you disagree, I have the power to actually compel, coerce, or constrain you against your will. If you're not harming anybody, even in the taking of that action. Authority is based upon an equal illusion that is called jurisdiction. Now, if we break down this word, it comes from the Latin noun. Jurisdiction comes from Latin, jus juris. Jus juris in Latin means law. Juris is the possessive case. And the Latin verb dictere.
You're muted.
What do you have to say about Papa John's, Jim? God, you have so many opinions about random shit.
Jim, now you're muted.
I was just going to say that's a refreshment.
Aaron says you guys are kind of trapped to this denial because you started the stream with an assertion that natural law is junk. I kind of feel bad. I think if you watched it without that assertion, you get more. I've already seen this entire thing. I've already watched hours of other content of his besides this entire seminar. I named it that because I've already seen it.
Imagine thinking a title of a YouTube video constructs like a massive mental framework that's just like unshakable.
Like, if we found out I was wrong, I could, like, literally in real time while the stream is still live, change the title of the video to say, Patrick, wrong about Passio's conception of natural law. And I would do it and love it. You think I have an ego about this because you have an ego about this. This is called confession through projection.
So jus dictere, juris dictere, jurisdiction. Okay? Dictere means to say or to speak. Thus, jurisdiction literally means to say what the law is. Or in other words, we get to make up what the law is. The law is not something that exists in nature and is based upon right and wrong and truth and morality. No, we get to make it up. We're God. We get to say what's right and what's wrong. And therefore, since we make the law, we're the owners of these people. They're in our jurisdiction. You know, we own them. And we get to make up what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. Authority ultimately is an illusion, again, of a diseased mind, a diseased psyche, based entirely in violence and built upon the erroneous and dogmatic belief that some people are masters who have the moral right to issue commands and others are slaves who have a moral obligation to obey the commands of the masters.
Facts. Facts.
I don't care what you want to call it. You can euphemize it any way you want. I call it what it really is. Slavery. That's what it really is. Doesn't come down to anything else. You can call it whatever you want, euphemize it, try to make it sound as nice or as pleasant as possible. It's all one thing. It's called slavery. It's always immoral and it needs to be ended. That's it. And we have to develop the knowledge and the courage to end it. The knowledge, the care, and the courage to end it. The belief in the legitimacy of, quote, authority, this illusory nonsense notion, is the belief in the legitimacy of slavery. Anybody who believes in that authority is legitimate and government is legitimate, whether they want to admit it or not, or know it or not, or understand it or not, I don't care what they believe. They are advocating the legitimacy of slavery. That's not my belief. I don't care who calls that my belief. I'm just looking right into the camera and saying this. Because I know the people in this room know that that's not my belief. I'm telling anybody who's listening to this, that's not my belief. That's eternal truth. Eternal truth. Okay?
He's got to overstate it.
You believe in these concepts, you are a supporter of slavery. The end. That's how it really is.
You have to prove it.
Not because I said so. Because that's how it really is. Okay? And that's called mind control. For somebody to believe that slavery is legitimate, you gotta be under deep mind control. You gotta be either that or a sick, psychopathic, absolute piece of garbage.
Oh,
okay? One of those things or another is true if you believe in those concepts. Not an argument. And again, I'm not afraid to tell it to somebody right to their face like that. I don't care.
Right to their face.
I'm not here to serve truth.
Say it to my face and not online and see what happens.
I'm sorry, I'm not here to serve human beings, make friends, or be liked. I am here to serve the truth. Whether it will be accepted is not up to me. I'm doing what I'm charged to do by creation. Okay? Whether it's accepted is somebody else's karma, not mine. Ultimately, authority is the idea that man can become God and through, quote, jurisdiction, dictate the law. What the dark occultists of this world, who are behind ostensible governments in the world, they set up all of these institutions as temples.
Christian! Oh, right? That's good. Passiotic evidence is defined as the ability to state something to one's face.
What this sick psychopathic priest class ultimately believes is they're going to become God. We're going to turn natural law on top of its head, and we're going to rule in hell. That's it. We're going to rule in hell. It's a religion. This is a religion. Okay, government's a religion. The concept of authority is a religion. Most people don't see it that way. And I mean religion in the term of false religion, okay? It comes from the Latin relegare. I laugh when I hear people say it comes from relegare or relegare.
I too laugh
R-E-L-E
when I hear people say that.
Relegare, okay? Which means to read over again, to go back over something that you've already read and read it again. It's the most ridiculous, nonsensical derivation I've ever heard for the word religion. To reread. I mean, please, let's put this to bed, folks. Religion does not mean to reread. It doesn't come from relegare or relegare. I can't remember which infinitive is used for that verb offhand, but it comes from religare, hence religion, R-E-L-I-G-A-R-E. Relegare means to tie back, to hold back, or to thwart from forward progress by tying or binding. Tying up so that you can't move forward. That's what relegare is, and that is the etymological root of religion. Because a false religion is a system of control that is based in unchallenged dogmatic belief, which keeps the mind in a prison in order to hold back the progress of consciousness. And that's where the bulk of humanity is at, in a brain cage. They're in the mind cage.
I agree with that. Okay?
There is a positive connotation of religion. It also means to reunite with. And what we need to reunite ourselves with is the truth and common sense and natural law and a knowledge that there's no such thing as legitimacy to slavery. That's what we need to reunite with, you know? And then we'd be living with true religion. We'd be practicing true religion instead of fake religion. We got to stop trying to make our religion truth. And we got to start making truth our religion. That's what needs to be done.
Adam, you're hilarious.
So what's the one true divide that exists in humanity? People say, oh, this is separation talk. We're all one. No, we're not. There is one true divide that does exist in reality. And here's what it is. The one true divide that separates humanity into two distinct types of individuals.
I'm tweeting that out.
The criteria for this divide is whether or not an individual believes in, quote, authority, and therefore believes that there is legitimacy to slavery. The two groups of people are the people who know slavery is never legitimate and people who believe that it can be legitimate. That's what actually separates humanity. See, all the other things, divide and conquer. Race, religion, sexuality, income, religious belief systems. These are all divide and conquer techniques. There's one real difference, whether somebody believes in slavery or not. And of course, people have called this difference statists and anarchists, right? So here's a couple of memes that I picked up on Facebook. Statism is the brilliant idea that we give a small group of people the right to kidnap, imprison, harass, steal from, and kill people so that we can be protected from people who kidnap, harass, steal from, and kill people. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense if you ask me. I think it's going to work out brilliantly with that system in place. Okay? An anarchist, I couldn't find any good pictures of anarchists because they're all fake anarchists who want to destroy property and think that they're somehow doing the world some good. You know, the black bloc. They're really communists in disguise.
Yep.
Okay? When you really boil down to it, they don't know what anarchy is at all.
Facts.
They're just some, Marxists who thinks that ideology, that junk ideology is some kind of a pathway to freedom.
Facts.
It's a bunch of left-brain clowns who have no understanding of natural law. Go put your polka dot jumpsuit and some floppy shoes on. And go get yourself a nice clown nose. Seriously, because that's what those people are. They're a joke.
Aaron, don't you remember I challenged you to provide a time code for when we make these assertions that you're claiming we've made? Why are you still here? Can't do it?
They're a joke. They don't know the first thing about what freedom is. Not the first thing. Okay? So I was looking for good pictures of anarchists. So I was going to put maybe myself, Larkin Rose, Freeman, Frater X, people who get all this stuff. Who I personally like their work. Michael Tessarion, etc. David Icke. But I said, hey, let's put a meme up there that really...
What who David Icke is, right?
Yeah.
Lizard people.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm aware.
Is it. So I found this picture of Jesus, a meme that says, I'm an anarchist, but most of my followers are statists. You know? People who are these fake-ass Christians who believe they somehow are following the teachings of Christ, and they believe in government, they believe in financial institutions, they believe in organized religion. These are the three things that killed Christ, if you even accept the historicity of the event. Who was Christ waging basic conflict with? The Pharisees and Sadducees, the organized religious order and controlling religious orders of his day. Okay? What really got him into deep trouble, he was pissing them off, but they were already on the wane. The old world order was on the way out, and the new world order was already on the way in at that time. You know? He got himself in real trouble when he went against the financial institutions, the money changers at the temple, taking people for a ride for temple coins, right? And he flogged their ass. He took out the switch on them, right? Not somebody who never got angry, who accepted evil and said, oh, it's just an experience.
Good question from Keith. To everybody here. Mark Passio is a net benefit to the freedom movement. Agree or disagree? Christian.
Can you give me a second to think about this?
Jim.
Like, here's the thing. Like, it doesn't seem like this guy, like the real criteria is like, is he like defrauding people? It doesn't seem like he is. That's my thing. Like, if there's libertarians who are just using this rhetoric to try to get people in to sell them books and to do like this thing, and he says that he doesn't take payments for his speeches, and it seems as though most of what he's doing is just kind of promoting his stuff and getting the ideas of liberty out there. Sure, it's not perfect, it's great, but I think if it gets people in the front door, and then we can go, oh, okay, so here's why he's wrong, X, Y, and Z, but his conclusions are correct, I'm fine with that. If people want to come to the correct conclusions for the wrong reasons, it's not the best, it's not great, but it's a start. However, there is like a down draw. There is the kind of like the whole zeitgeist thing, where I know a lot of people who got into like atheism through like the zeitgeist movement, or like not the zeitgeist movement, but the zeitgeist movies. And all of the arguments for atheism, or against religion rather, in that movie are completely false. And there have been people who have been like, wow, atheists are a bunch of liars. I can't believe I believe this stuff, and they go right back to their religion. Maybe that's not the best for, kind of free thought. However, there are a lot of people who got into atheism through that way and was like, oh, that's wrong, but, there is no God or whatever. That's fine. I don't know what the balance is of this. And look, if he's going to get a new avenue and bring people into libertarianism, that's fine. I don't think he's ripping people off. It doesn't seem like he's running a cult. He's not running a scam. He's just kind of a section of libertarianism that's crazy, and there's a market for that. And if he wasn't there, there'd be someone else filling that shoes, and who knows if they would be bad or good. So I'm going to say overall good. However, I do think there needs to be this kind of like, hey, welcome to libertarianism. Here's some better ideas. Here's some much better ideas. I think that's a better way of doing it. I don't think that he's a harm. No, I think there are other people in libertarianism that are very much a net negative. People who have been ripped off, people who have been destroyed, had their families destroyed, financial situations just completely ruined. Those people do exist. This guy does not seem like he is one. I could stand corrected if someone has information that he's doing that. I'd like to know, but it does not seem like that's the case.
Christian?
I think I am a person who believes that only through a really strong intellectual foundation. Let me rephrase that just a little bit. It is late. I think having a strong intellectual foundation is paramount to actually understanding why the principles are important to begin with. And I think being what I believe to be misled based off of what we've seen, who knows, maybe the killer argument is coming in the last 30 minutes. But, well, I guess we got more than 30 minutes, last couple hours. I think that it is very important for that foundation to be set. Now, will I say, I think, I don't want to say he's a net negative, because a lot of people really care about this, and I agree with so many of his conclusions compared to just the ungodly trove of philosophies that I completely disagree with. But like, net negative seems really strong to me, like way too strong. But I'm not a fan. I'm not gonna lie. From what I've seen, I'm gonna let his arguments stand on their own. But I'll just be honest. This to me, and from what I've seen from the people who really like his stuff, is not something that opens you up to new doors. It's like the one and done kind of thing, which is not conducive to like really good ethics and understanding the principles. But maybe I'm just a nerd and I'm the only one who cares about that stuff. So
my opinion is that he is a net positive, to some degree, because there are a lot of people that are libertarians through his speeches, through his talks, that then go on to improve their understanding of the philosophy and the principles. And then there's a whole lot of others that don't go on to improve their understanding of the philosophy, but they're following his conclusions, which are mostly good. So they're living in a libertarian way, and they're not aggressing on people, and they're not hurting people and taking their stuff. And that's the most that I think we can expect out of the layman. Like, we cannot expect the average person to give a shit about this philosophy stuff that we're doing on this stream. If we can just teach them through rote memorization the correct conclusions of non-aggression and live and let live, fine. Now, if we have to do whatever it is that this is to get the random layman to come to memorize those conclusions and live by them, okay. All right. I mean, hell, there's several people in our audience that have been longtime viewers that got their start with Passio, and now they're hopefully moving on. So there's that, if nothing else. I want to save most of my conclusions for the end, though. But yeah, I would say net positive. Not a fan. I don't like people that lead others and refuse to have their ideas challenged. I think that is a red flag in the extreme. That he's not here with us right now to talk through this stuff and to answer all these question marks and gray areas that we've had over the past 10 hours. Huge red flag. Huge red flag. I would not trust a person like that. But net positive, yeah, probably. Like, I think there's a certain type of people that his presentation speaks to that my presentation doesn't speak to, and we need to get them to not be statists anymore and to, you know, come to the conclusions of the non-aggression principle, for example. So, yeah.
So it sounds like we're all roughly on the same spectrum. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just more towards one end.
Yeah.
You know, none of it matters. Took out the switch and beat their ass for usury. Okay? And then who finally put him to death? The police of their day. The Roman Empire. You know? Roman centurions.
On the other hand, there's going to be a group of people that are convinced by whatever this is, I refuse to call arguments, that are then later going to wake up to the fact that they're not arguments, they're baseless assertions. They're going to feel tricked and deceived and misled, and they might stray away from libertarianism. That's a problem. That's the downside here.
The operating standing army and police of their day. The government. So who is he waging spiritual warfare against to try to bring righteousness into the world? And again, I don't care whether you accept it as historical fact or spiritual allegory. I could care less. Believe what you want. Doesn't matter. All that matters is the teaching. He was waging spiritual war against the three entrenched mind control religious establishments of his day. Organized religion, organized finance, and government. And people don't see it that way, so-called Christians, you know? Because they're not interested in the real teachings. They just want to call themselves something and identify it and say, oh, that magically makes me this, you know? Because you go to church on Sunday doesn't make you a Christian, you know? No more than going to a synagogue would make you align with the true teachings of the Torah. No more than, you know, attending a mosque would align you with the true teachings of Islam or any other religion. To take the core essence of the teachings of morality from those systems, you know? They're all people who claim these faiths in name only when they don't understand real freedom. So a statist is an individual who erroneously believes there's such a thing as authority that is vested in certain human beings, magically giving them the right to rule over other people. This authority means that certain people who we call government have the, quote, moral right to issue commands to those whom they rule, those under their jurisdiction, and that their subjects or slaves have a, quote, moral obligation to obey the arbitrary dictates or laws, quote unquote, that are set by their masters. Most simply put, a statist is nothing more than someone who believes in the legitimacy of slavery. Conversely, an anarchist, a true anarchist anyway, is one who knows that...
Outlaw Barber said something that, and I've said this many times previously talking about this, but I'm going to say it again here because I haven't said it on this stream. He says, in Mark's defense, he's been through hell a lot this past year. He lost his partner. He's probably burnt out doing stuff. Look, he doesn't owe me his time. Like, when I invite him to discuss his philosophy, he can say no. He doesn't owe me his time. He doesn't owe me shit. I'm nobody to him, whatever. So this is not me, like, demanding that because I asked him to come show up for his ideas that he has to, otherwise whatever. I don't think that's the case because the answer I've gotten is that, oh, he just doesn't debate anybody. It's not just me. That's a red flag. Maybe worse than if he had personal issues and he had to turn it down temporarily. But look, he doesn't owe me his time.
There could never be legitimacy to authority or government because those terms are simply euphemisms for violence and slavery and coercion, which are always immoral and in opposition to natural law. Let's look at what the word anarchy really means. Again, you got to break it down. From the Greek prefix an, which means without or the absence of. And the Greek noun archon, there written in Greek script, which means master or ruler. And again, I mean externally. One who externally rules another or claims to be the master of another. That's what the term archon means in its connotation. Anarchy, as we can see by putting these together, does not mean without rules. The word archon does not mean rules. Okay? Because there's always going to be rules in effect called natural law. The laws of morality. It means rulers, imposed
that's not written out.
That's what archon means in Greek. It literally means anarchy now, putting it together. An, absence of, archon, master or ruler. The absence of masters or rulers. Externally imposed masters or rulers. Meaning, when we put it together, okay, it means without rulers, without masters. Now, if you give people that term, no masters, no rulers, no masters, no slaves, what word are they going to associate those phrases with? Freedom. But if you tell people what does anarchy mean to you, what do you associate it with, what are they going to tell you? Chaos, which is the exact opposite. That's in that other column. Okay? They have deliberately obfuscated the meaning of the word through a mind control technique called endless repetition. If I could keep telling you a word doesn't mean what it means, that's not a projector, that's a hammer. Hey, could you check out my hammer over there and make sure it's projecting the image on the board correctly? You know, the bulb burned out in my hammer. I might need to go buy a new hammer. If I kept doing that endlessly for years and years and years, people would start calling that device a hammer. If I got enough people to keep calling it that. So they've gotten enough people to call freedom chaos. Think about that. They've gotten enough people to believe that the absence of the state of slavery means chaos instead of freedom. It's almost unfathomable. It's almost incomprehensible. The mind job that's been done on this species. It's almost incomprehensible. Anarchy is the state of existence where there are no masters and no slaves. Therefore, what it really means is the absence of slavery, or in other words, true freedom. That's all it means. I prefer to call it anarchony, okay? Keeping the entire word archon instead of taking out the O-N, okay? If we keep that there and call it anarchony, and I say I'm an anarchonist, people will ask, well, what the hell is that? And then you could really break the word down and say the absence of archons.
Really?
The absence of those who claim to be masters over a population of slaves. That's what an anarchonist is. It's saying that's illegitimate, that's unnecessary, and that we need to do away with that state of existence. Okay? So we look at this true divide again, the statist and the anarchist. I call the statist the archonist. This is somebody who believes in the legitimacy of the archons, the rulers. Okay? And I'll be talking about in future presentation the concept of the archons more in future presentations. And the anarchist, as it's been called, I think should be called the anarchonist. Because that's somebody who knows that there's no legitimacy to the mastery over other people, or the rulership externally over others, keeping them as slaves or subjects. There's no legitimacy to that. And that's the one true divide that separates all consciousness here on the earth. The real divide and the real enlightenment comes. Do you understand there's no legitimacy to slavery, or do you continue to believe that there's legitimacy to slavery?
I can't get anything delivered right now. Nothing. And I just ordered a pizza, and then it was like, oh, you live in Parkland or Pearland, Texas? I was like, what? Oh. Cancel my order, idiot.
That's the divide in consciousness. It has to be bridged.
Screw this gay earth.
The fear of chaos. This is what keeps this system going. Chaos can't be viewed as something to fear. It's got to be viewed as a teacher, a harsh teacher, but a teacher nonetheless. See, chaos teaches us
this is the one where we're retards.
Process what not to do. Okay, that's
I've got to turn my face light off. I got a headache.
Okay, you probably shouldn't do that. If your desire is not to burn your hand
11 hours.
to the point where it's blistering and flesh is starting to peel off.
So I'm going to be in shadow, also known as I'm going to be occulted for a while.
Right on that stove.
Oh.
Okay, right on that electric stove. But see,
is in the word occult, by the way, Jim.
I don't want to be burned. There are requirements for obtaining that condition. It means you can't keep your hand on something that is extraordinarily hot, or natural law will take over and burn your flesh. Doesn't require your belief. That's how it works. Well, this is humanity. Humanity is the little child that is a little slow, and they want not to be burned, yet simultaneously they insist, no, I want to put my hand on the burner while the range is on and not be burned simultaneously. Well, good luck with that, folks, because it doesn't work that way. You don't want to be burned, the hand can't be kept there while the stove is on. The end. You don't want negative, self-inflicted suffering and chaos in your life? You got to align your behavior to natural law, which means you got to know the difference.
That moose. This stream has been brought to you today by the letter O and the number infinite.
Objectively,
assertions.
Right and wrong, and willfully, through your free will, deliberately choose the right action over the wrong action. Then you won't be burned. But as long as you have your hand on that stove, which means you're in opposition to natural law, enjoy the burn. Enjoy it. Right?
Feel the burn.
Till the flesh melts off the bone and then the bones turn into dust. Because that's what you're going to get. That's how it works. And again, nobody wants to hear that. They don't want to hear that the natural laws don't care about you. They work flawlessly all the time and bring you the result that you're creating. The control and slavery system is actually about the limitation of free will through the destruction of possibility. See, all they've done, right? The old world order used to be religion and priest kings, right? We're in between you and God. We're the intercessors, the intermediaries. We make the law, you're our subjects, you're our slaves, you obey.
I'm still listening, by the way.
It's our wrath. All they've done is take the concept of a singular ruler, which was the old world order, and they've converted it into the concept of now there's a ruling class called government that gets to make up what we tell you you may or may not do, okay? And they're up here at the top of the pyramid now. That's all. They turned it from a monarchy to somewhat of an oligarchy. But it's the same concept. We're the moral masters that you have a moral obligation to obey, and you're the slave class, that has an obligation to obey our commands. That's it. Nothing changed. All they did is say, well, no, people don't no longer believe in the priest king, so we need to create an institution where this quote-unquote authority is seemingly diffused through many people.
That's true.
It's always been nonsense.
Yep.
It's always been mind control. It's not going to be anything else other than that until it goes away. True freedom includes infinite possibility because infinite possibility, by definition, includes the possibility for chaos. For real freedom to exist, we have to accept, hey, things might not go right all the time. We live in a physical domain, a physical world. Hey, there could be dangers, Nothing could ever be sanitized or made completely safe as far as physical world activities are concerned. There's always going to be the possibility something could happen, go wrong, somebody could get hurt, chaos could happen, okay? If you live in that state of fear that that's going to happen, what is that? Is that high consciousness or low consciousness? It's low consciousness. Low consciousness can only create what? Chaos. The fear of chaos itself can only get you more chaos because it's based in fear. As we see, just keep referring to that expression chart.
Because he says
go
so.
online. I have slides of it online. It's in videos I've done. Print it. Read it. Look at it.
It's so
Print
obvious.
It and stick it up in your home. Understand how that chart works.
Put it on your fridge.
Those expressions that I went over, those 10 expressions. The possibility, of chaos from manifesting, the possibility that it may manifest has to be embraced without fear if we're going to be truly free. It must be embraced. You have to say, I am going to allow for the possibility that chaos may occur. Because that's getting out of the consciousness of fear, which that's what will lead to freedom. Removing that fear. The fear of the possibility of chaos is actually equated to the fear of true freedom. When somebody says, I can't ever believe that a system with no masters could work out, I can't even envision how it could work out. What's that called? What's been deadened in that person? What have they lost? Imagination. There it is. That is actually the equivalent of the death of the imagination. Now, what is the imagination? The imagination is the powerful ability of the human mind to envision a different state or condition than the one which is already manifested in the present. So imagination must first be present in the mind in order to create a different state of existence than the one currently being experienced. And this is because, according to the principle of mentalism, for any different state to manifest in the physical world, the plane of effects, it must first exist within the mind or the plane of causality. If the imagination is stifled or destroyed, and the destruction of the imagination is what I refer to as total mind control. You can't go into any more total mind controlled state as the imagination being dead. All right? If that happens, any positive change to our state of existence becomes completely impossible. And this is where many people are already at. The fear of the possibility of chaos is more than even the fear of true freedom. It is the death of the imagination. It is putting the mind permanently in the cage. Okay? So you can't let that force within us called the imagination die, because that's the only way to envision a way out of the prison. You have to envision it first, then you have to put those thoughts and emotions that you used for that envisioning process into actual action so that it becomes manifested in the physical world. Through their fear of the possibility of chaos, which is actually the fear of true freedom, most people advocate the legitimacy and continuance of authority in government and are therefore actually advocating the legitimacy and continuance of violence and slavery. Those who believe that authority is necessary and that it must continue because of this fear of chaos have actually been duped into believing that human slavery is necessary. And get this, folks, human slavery must therefore continue in order to prevent chaos. Now imagine that. Imagine that. That's what statism is, though. That's what the religion called the belief in government or statism is.
And people make that argument.
The belief
not using the word slavery, but
necessary and
without government there would be chaos.
In order to prevent
without controlling you, there would be chaos.
Now tell me,
without using force against you, there would be force used against you,
which is actually what government is a euphemism for. Statism and government are just euphemisms for violence and slavery. Okay. Can violence and slavery ever possibly prevent chaos? Why? What? Why can't it? Because they are chaos.
That guy got one right. The audience guy. He's doing good.
Chaos. We are already in the state of chaos. Being held under the threat of violence and duress, which is slavery, is the state of chaos. So forget about fearing chaos coming on. You're in it now. Surprise, surprise. Hate to break the news to you all. Okay? We're already in the state of chaos. We need to create real order by getting rid of violence and slavery. Order followers. These are the people who keep this system of slavery in place. Okay? They're the people who keep this system of slavery in place. Let me just say this again. Order followers are the people who keep the existence of slavery in place. Not the ruling class, not the masters, not the so-called elite, which aren't the elite of anything but the bottom of a trash can. Okay? The people who keep slavery in place are the people who willfully follow their orders. Nobody wants to hear that. And people will hate you for saying it.
True facts.
Following orders means, by definition, doing what you are told to do without judging for yourself whether or not that action that you are being ordered to carry out is actually right or wrong. That's the definition of following orders. I mean, can anybody refute that? Is that not the actual definition of following someone else's order? By definition, if you're following the order, you're given the order and then you just act. You just do it because you're following the order. You don't sit there and go, is what that person told me to do right? Do I have a right to do that? Is that moral? Should I do that because, it's okay and it doesn't hurt somebody else? Or should I not do that because it actually does cause harm? It's not what an order follower does in their mind. An order follower says, yes, sir, and follows the order. That's why it's called an order follower. That's why it's called following an order. So that's the definition of what an order follower is. It's not my perception of what an order follower is. It's the actual definition of order following. Okay? If an individual, this is key to understand, if an individual is performing the task of following orders. By definition, that individual cannot be exercising conscience. Since, by definition, exercising conscience means that one is willfully choosing through their free will for themselves right action over wrong action. So the concept of following orders is completely polar opposite to the concept of exercising conscience. You cannot be doing the same things simultaneously. It's impossible to do those two things simultaneously. They are contradictions in terms by definition. Okay, most people don't grasp that.
Come on, it's not an argument.
By definition, if you're following orders, you cannot be actually exercising conscience, which involves free will choice based on the knowledge of right and wrong. Here's what order following gets us as far as a nation is concerned. You know, not that we're not already there, not that these people already didn't take us.
What if you consider following the order you're given to be right?
They took us through the school systems. They couldn't beat us militarily. So they said, well, let's send our ideologues over there and get into the minds of their children. And if you don't believe that's what happened, you're very, very, very naive. Not only the Nazis, but the communists as well. Because really, it's all just forms of socialism. That's what feudalism is. Worldwide socialism is, there's no such thing as private property. State owns everything. Rights don't exist. Property rights don't exist. Everybody's a feudal serf again. It's called neo-feudalism. I don't care which branch you come at it from. You want to come at it from the left, that's called communism. You want to come at it from the right, that's called National Socialism. Communism's international socialism. They're both the same course. It's called feudalism. Let's just call it what it is. It's called feudalism, which is in itself just another euphemism for slavery. They want neo-feudalism, which is the new world order of slavery. Okay? And it's already here. It's not something that's coming. It's here now. The object is to get out of it. This is the result of following orders. That's what following orders gets a society. Following orders should never be seen as a virtue. Following orders is evil. I don't care whether you're, I don't care if somebody who is considered a holy man gives me an order and I follow it, I've just committed an act of evil, as far as I'm concerned. If I'm acting based on solely what somebody else has told me to do, that's evil. There's no morality in it at all. At all. At all. It's not a virtue. It's evil. Okay? Let me just make that so abundantly clear and state it so unequivocally. There's no such thing as any possible moral following of orders. The two terms are contradictory. All right? I was just following orders is never a valid excuse or justification for immoral criminal behavior, and this lame attempt to abdicate personal responsibility should never be accepted as a valid excuse for such behavior. And why it's done is through justification. And again, that means to create a right, from jus, meaning right or law, and the Latin verb facere, which means to make or to create. And this is what they say. I was just following orders. I was just doing my job. I was shutting down your protest. You don't have a right to speak. The politicians commanded me so. So I just came out and I was just doing my job, hitting you with a sound cannon. You know, just doing my job, just following my orders. It's a justification. You're a criminal. There's nothing moral in that. There's nothing virtuous in that. It's called criminal behavior, criminal activity. And what they do is try to create it into a right, make it into a right by a justification. And nobody should ever accept their justifications. Because you know what their justifications is? You know what they are? It's called a 100% crock of bull that is a complete lie. It's a lie. They're just straight up looking me in the face and saying, I'm not responsible for that. I just did it, but I'm not the one who's responsible for it because I was acting on orders. Well, see, this defense didn't work as the Nuremberg defense, and nobody in America should be accepting it. Nobody in America should be accepting it because they believe in the legitimacy of authority and government through mind control. That's what they believe it. They believe there's legitimacy to it. Most people actually believe that there's legitimacy to this criminal behavior because a class of people calling themselves government have magically been imbued and gifted with such rights, quote unquote. They believe they have rights other people don't. They themselves believe it, but worse is that the people who are actually affected by that criminal behavior, they believe they have the authority to do it. Gandhi said, "You assist an evil system most effectively by obeying its orders and decrees. An evil system never deserves such allegiance. Allegiance to it means partaking of the evil. A good person will resist an evil system with his or her whole soul," which means saying no. Moral culpability. What does this mean? The determination of who is ultimately at fault or deserving of blame. Again, this is a legitimate and real concept. There is fault. There is blame. We got to get over this new age nonsense that nobody's at fault, nobody's to blame. You should never say, hey, you shouldn't have done that. That caused a lot of chaos and trauma for other people. You're not to blame. It just happened. No, wrong. The people who did the behavior are to blame. Who carried out the Holocaust in Germany? The people who followed their orders to do it.
So something to point out here is that when you are given an order, you are not under mind control. You make a choice to follow or not follow the order given. So to say that acting after being ordered to do something is like, you just go into automaton mode, you're no longer, what does he say, conscious, because he's using that word differently. You're no longer a conscious moral actor, you're in a state of evil, automaton-like following orders. It's not true, that's not how it works. Okay, proof, because, I back up my claims. So I hereby order every single person watching this video right now to donate $10 to Voluntary Virtue, the nonprofit organization that we run. Now, those of you who choose not to are assholes. Those of you who choose to, I'm just kidding. Those of you who choose to follow my order are evil, according to Passio. You also, I guess you're not conscious anymore or something.
That's true. He never stipulated specifically that the order had to be one that violated natural law, I don't believe. He just stated it blanketly. Unless I'm missing something. Did anybody else pick up on any kind of connotations there with natural law, or it must be morally wrong, then you're a bad order follower? Or is he just assuming all order followers are doing bad orders?
My point is simply that it's impossible to act on an order without your choice involved. Unless the order somehow disconnects your brain from the brainstem and wires itself into your spinal column and takes over your motor control. You can't, you don't lose your agency or choice in the matter.
I think he's presuming that you just already understand that everything, because he's established that everything that the government does is violence. So because I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, and it's hard. So because you're under duress, that you're no longer a moral agent, that you're just succumbing to mind control at that point, which I don't agree with this definition of mind control. If you're just under duress, that's not someone controlling your mind. That's someone forcing you to do something against your will. That's body control, I guess.
It's not even body control. No, even if I point a gun at you and I order you to do something, you still have a choice to do what I told you or face whatever consequence I've threatened. I just want to point that out. That's all. I mean, I'm stating the obvious.
I agree.
Okay.
I mean, I could tell the government to go, to take their thing and shove it. But I'm going to end up facing the consequences of that, probably facing jail time, getting payroll deductions, and payroll garnishments and all that stuff, depending on how it works out. If I go like the the route where I'm going to hold up in my house with a gun and say, get out of my house, they're probably going to put me in a cage. But if I'm like, no, I don't want to pay it, well, they're going to be like, nah, you're going to pay it. And since you work for a job that gets a payroll, we're just going to garnish your paycheck and call it a day. If, the government forces me to do something else, right? Like I go against zoning rules or something like that, then they're probably going to fine me. And if I don't pay the fine, they're probably not going to garnish my paycheck for that. They're just probably going to put me in a jail cell. I can always refuse. I can always accept the punishment. And in that sense, they're not controlling my mind or my body. However, they are forcing me to do things against my will. And if they're going to put me in a cage, then I guess they are controlling my body in that sense. But even still, in that cage, I have control of my body.
That Moose donated $10. He says, I'm not obligated to donate, but I may choose to. And I'll just say right now that I think I'm going to donate all of the proceeds from this stream and all of the super chats to Voluntary Virtue. So we'll just make this like a charity dono stream. So,
charity stream, let's go.
To all the people saying we were grifting off Passio, suck it.
We're gonna feed homeless people with it. You're welcome.
Hell
yeah.
And I actually lost money in the stream. I lost $2 in this gladly.
You did. Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'm a terrible grifter now. It means that following orders is not conscience, meaning you're doing it because you're told to, not because you know it's right or wrong. I think most people that follow orders think it's the right thing to do. So they're following orders. They're taking those actions because they think it's the right thing to do, which nullifies this argument. You're still making the choice because you think it's the right thing to do. Cops enforce laws because they think it's the right thing to do, and it's their job. They took the job because they think the job is a good thing to do.
I think a lot of libertarians live in this bubble where they've taken the red pill. They know that the state is violence. They know that everything that the state does is evil, even when they enforce things like, property or, when they arrest a murderer, they're still doing terrible things in the process of it. And they just assume that everybody else should know that by now. But they don't realize that there's so many people that are like, no, we need to have we need government health care. We do need all these social services. We do need to ban drugs. I mean, we just can't have people walking around high on meth. There's people who legitimately believe these things, and they gladly pay their taxes. They're glad to pay them because they want school. They're ideological in statism. And it's
Aaron
a monumental task to get them out of that.
Aaron says, so police put nonviolent others in cages because they think it's right? Dude.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Very much so.
Yes.
All the time.
Yes.
Talk to a cop. Talk to a cop.
Yeah.
Ask him your thoughts on these things. You'll be surprised.
We had one in chat. He's probably asleep now. An ex-cop.
That's who carried it out. Order followers is the answer. Who carried out the purge of political dissonance in Soviet Russia? Order followers.
Oh, shit. My bad.
And they're always in the form of police. Why do you think they call a totalitarian system a police state? Why don't they call it a banker state? How come they don't call it a politician state? What about a lawyer state? How about a judge state? Why not call it any of those things? You want to know why? Because none of those people are ultimately responsible for bringing that condition into manifestation through their behavior. They're the order givers. The order followers carry out their commands and through their behavior make that condition a reality. That's why it's called a police state. Because every police state that has ever existed has always been created by
Po, from the root word po, which is like poor people, and lice, which is lice. Poor people often have lice. So
police who follow their orders because they don't want to take responsibility and think for themselves and know the difference between right and wrong for themselves like an adult. Instead,
okay, I retract my
wanna be a
$2
child
from
who-
military virtue. I don't want to support poor people with lice throwing people in jail.
Understood. I'll issue a refund immediately.
Bay's daddy, because I have daddy issues. All right, and that's what it's really about, folks. We're going to get to that. There is such a thing as blame for the commission of actions which have resulted in harm or loss to others. This is what culpable means. It comes from the Latin culpa, meaning fault or blame. It means at fault or deserving of blame. Now,
he is a fucking full-on
order giver
word
order
nerd.
Follower. And please
That's
recognize
his thing. He
I've
really
underlined
likes
and
it.
capitalized the term more. I'm not telling you
Word nerd.
the order givers are not morally culpable. They are. That's not the question. Are any of these people morally culpable is not my question. My question is, look at the full question. Who is more morally culpable? The order giver or the order follower? Always. Always. At all times and places. At all times and places. I put this meme up on Facebook, and I got some hate back for it. Okay? People don't want to hear this. Like I said, I'm not here to be popular to make friends. I'm here to tell people what the truth actually is, and they have to accept it or reject it on their own. I put this meme up, I made this meme and put it up on Facebook, and it had politicians on the left that said, my actions, underlined and capitalized, didn't cause that. And then there was some soldiers or Marines, whatever they are, order followers on the right side, and they're also saying the same statement. My actions didn't cause that. And then at the bottom, I just put this question.
Good night, Alfredo.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry.
is a good point.
Looks like, I'm sorry. At the top, I put this question. Who is lying and who is telling the truth? So who's lying here? And if people can't see, I hope that they can see this horrific picture.
Neither
This
are
is the
lying.
result
They're
of,
just both
bombings
wrong.
that took place in the Middle East around Iraq. And it's a father carrying his dead child in his arms. Okay? Maybe if bombs were raining down on our children, we might think differently about going in and waging imperialism on other nations. I don't know. Maybe we might think differently about it. Right? But when it happens to somebody else's child, that's okay. That's done in the name of freedom. Okay? Well, who caused this? Did they cause it? No, they didn't cause it. They are not the actual cause of this. Because you know what all they did? They signed some pieces of paper, wearing their expensive suits, okay? And they told these guys, they said, well, you're under our orders now. Go and bomb these people. And you know what these people did? Say, yes, sir, and go and drop the bombs. And fire off the ammunition. Okay? These are the people whose actions create things like this, not these people. All they're doing is
I don't agree with that.
Speaking into somebody else's ear.
Do not agree with that at all. Considering that all of these, especially he's talking about servicemen, they have to obey the president, otherwise they get reprimanded pretty bad. So they're basically under duress under his thing. If that they don't follow these rules, if they don't go out and bomb the people that the president of the United States, who is their commander in chief, to go and bomb all these people, they can be thrown at court-martialed. I guess that's the right word.
Yep.
Maybe we can get Free Market to come in here and explain exactly what all of those terms are. But that's pretty much what happened. So no, they're just as culpable. If
you don't mean free market, I was a war slave myself. Yeah. At one point, it's an interesting question. One that I've spent a lot of time thinking about, and I do think that there is some truth somewhere in what Passio is saying. I don't think there is like an immediate equivalency necessarily to like someone saying, "Hey, go shoot this person," and then the person shooting them. But when the individual who's doing so hands them the gun, that does make them culpable. And I know Passio said this. I'm just kind of wondering what like how this helps, right? Because we're kind of in like the applied ethics section again. So I'm just wondering what this why not just both of them be bad and we can just understand that? Why does the follower and the ruler have to be like this really granulated distinction?
culpability is not a pie that you have to slice up in percentages. Like, everybody can be 100% culpable if that's the situation at hand. Like,
yeah.
Again, look, we're being charitable. Aaron is not. We're assuming the best interpretation of Mark Passio's words. Aaron is assuming the worst of ours. He says they have to obey. Bro, you just said you have the choice what to do to the body. They have to obey or else was what they meant.
Mm-hmm. Well, he said or else. Yeah.
All they've done is
they can choose
speech,
else,
not actions. See, again, really look. My actions didn't cause that. Yes, it is. If these people are saying my actions didn't cause that, they're lying. Very, very, very painful and difficult thing for people to comprehend and accept. I'm not telling you shouldn't feel bad hearing this, but I'm telling you it's true. The painful truth, the order follower always bears more moral culpability than the order giver. For the reason that the order follower is the one who actually performed the action, and in taking such action, actually brought the resultant harm into physical manifestation. Order following is the pathway to every form of evil and chaos in our world. It should never be seen as a virtue by anyone who considers themselves a moral human being. Order followers have ultimately been personally responsible and morally culpable for every form of slavery and every single totalitarian regime that has ever existed upon the face of the earth. That's the painful truth that people don't want to accept because they want to believe the absolute
so have order givers.
That order following is a virtue of any kind.
I mean, necessarily, if there's a follower, there's a giver.
Obliterated.
So in what situations is he talking about in which the followers are culpable for evil, but not the order givers?
Virtues or order. It's the
I don't know. What's the point of this? I don't even want to quibble about it. It doesn't have anything to do with natural law.
Responsibility versus abdication. So why don't these people want to think for themselves? It's too easy to just follow the orders of somebody else. They believe somehow magically.
Audience is getting a little mouthy.
Personal responsibility to choose right from wrong. An individual's personal responsibility to choose right action over wrong action for themselves always belongs to that individual. And that responsibility can never be given to another person or passed along. One can only claim and imagine that they can abdicate their personal responsibility for such choice to someone else. It can never actually be done in reality. You're only making a claim. I'm not responsible for that behavior because this person told me to do it. That's just a claim. And what moreover what really is it's just a damn lie. Okay? More simply put, an individual is always personally responsible for their own actions, period, and the end. If you did it, you're responsible for it.
Agreed.
There are no cop-outs. Yeah. Stop trying to make excuses or justifications for criminal behavior. Yep. Own up to personal responsibility. If you did wrong action, you did it. You caused it. I like how David Icke words this. He says, accept responsibility for yourself and your actions, thoughts, and words. You alone make these choices, so you alone are answerable to the consequences of your behavior. The feeble excuse that your boss required it, that the establishment expected it, holds no truth or justification. What is the point of having principles if you allow others to dictate your behavior? Really, those who allow others to dictate their behavior don't have principles. And there's a reason they don't have principles, because they hate themselves.
What if one of your principles is to serve God and country?
Self-loathing, and there's a reason they're in that state.
Then you can have your principles and follow orders in the military.
In extensive depth and detail. At the end of the day, you will judge your performance and the contribution you've made to creation. It will not be based on what another expected of you or what you did because you felt trapped. Like, oh, there's no other way. I can't envision my way out of this. I can't envision doing something else. I might have to get another job.
Yes, Wei Hing.
I might have to relearn.
Lots of people.
I can't envision becoming a different person than
Lots of people think order following is a moral
myself.
exception. You're right.
How can
Lots
I
of people
possibly
do need to hear
imagine that?
this.
I have all my eggs in this basket. My whole ego identity is all wrapped up in my job and what I do. That defines who I am. You know, I can't go against that. It's all nonsense. It's all what people are doing just because they feel trapped and they can't imagine that there's another way. Most people erroneously believe this is the second part of the abdication of responsibility.
What?
Whoa. Is he saying that Hitler did nothing wrong?
I don't think he said that the order giver was good or not bad. I think he just said the follower was worse.
That they're not responsible.
Did he say that just now?
No, that's what he
didn't
said.
say that they're not responsible.
What?
Oh, he did. Well, he said that he's not. They're. Oh shit! He did say they're not responsible for the consequences of the actions.
Just now?
No, that was in the last section.
The meme that he was showing. Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to rewind it too far. So if it was recently, I'll rewind it. But if it was a long time back,
that was the meme. He said, "Who was lying?" He said the politicians who say I'm not responsible for this.
Yeah, my actions didn't cause this. You know.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Who's lying?" And it was the order follower who was lying.
My impression was that he was asking who was more culpable, not which was. So.
On the part of the people.
It's probably the charitable way to take it.
We now know his favorite Mountain Dew flavor.
Either way we slice this, it doesn't really
people
affect
erroneously believe that they can hand
the point
over
of the stream,
their
so I'm moving
natural
on.
law right to defend themselves to another individual, group, or entity. In making such a false claim that somebody else is my protector, somebody else, it's their responsibility to protect me, okay, and defend me, they have attempted to abdicate a personal responsibility which actually always belongs to them and can never be given away. That's the self-defense principle. You own it. It's yours. You can't give it away to somebody else. Shock and amazement. Okay? That is your responsibility already. And guess what? You know what? They're all too happy. These controllers are now even all too happy to say, it's not our responsibility to protect you. Because what their actual goal is they're just revenue men for the new king. That's all they are. And to slap people back into line if they try to exercise rights that the new king called government has decreed that they may not exercise. That's what their real role is. They don't serve and protect the people. They serve and protect the ruling class. And they don't want to admit that to themselves. You know why? Because they're liars, most of all to themselves. It's a bunch of childish liars. Franklin said those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither and will lose both. And this addresses the fear of chaos and the desire to abdicate your personal responsibility to defend yourself to other people just because you're afraid and you don't want to take the responsibility of doing it yourself. You want to stay in that mindset? I'll give up my freedom to be safe? Well, enjoy your safe slavery. I, for one, will take my dangerous and chaotic freedom. Okay? I'll take the absolute cannibal lurking around every corner, and I'll take my chances. Thank you very much. Give me my freedom and my assault rifle, and I'll take my chances. Thank you. Okay? So, the idea that you just want to be kept safe and you'll give up your freedom to do so, it's just a child. That's how a child thinks. And that's what this is really about, not wanting to grow up and become adults. And again, there's a reason for this. This is the underlying psychological reason, but there's an even deeper one. But I'm going to touch on this one first. Self-respect versus self-loathing. People who don't want to take personal responsibility and become an adult are in this psychological condition. It's called self-loathing. What it means is you hate yourself. Nobody who wants to perpetuate slavery can possibly like themselves. They cannot love themselves. It's impossible. You are already in a state of self-hatred if you believe in government, if you believe in its legitimacy. Okay? Because you believe in slavery, and therefore you're in that slavery system and you want it to continue. How can you possibly love yourself? It's not possible.
Because you don't know it's slavery. You can love yourself just fine.
People to attempt to abdicate their own personal responsibility to exercise conscience and fall into patterns of order following and justification. Just as it is not possible for an order follower to truly be exercising conscience, it is not possible for an order follower to truly love themselves. These two states cannot exist simultaneously. You cannot be an order follower and love yourself.
I mean, I don't even have a ton to say here. Just like, why? Just why? How?
Assertion.
In what universe is? Yeah, like what? This one feels even more off. Like it feels even less warranted. Like we're not even in the philosophy anymore. He's just saying things and like, oh, you follow orders? You literally cannot love yourself. Okay.
It is impossible. They are contradictory psychological conditions. Okay? Here's what a self-loathing person really is. They're trapped in a trauma abuse victim cycle. A trauma happens, there's an abuser, there's a victim, and then it repeats itself. Because often the one who's abused becomes the traumatizer, and then the cycle repeats again. Talked about this pretty extensively on my podcast series, all right? That's what self-loathing, that's what this mind state, okay? This is a golem creature, okay? It's a 100% programmed and lifeless thing that is imbued with the ability to actually move like a robot. You can liken it to a flesh robot, okay? And it's a concept in ancient dark occultism, all right? And the golem is driven by the force of self-loathing. And that's what the order followers are. They're golems.
I'm tired of saying the same thing. Prove it. Like, I mean, it's pretty easy to come up with counter evidence of Christian. When you were in the military and you were following orders, did you have the choice to not follow those orders? Or were you a golem?
It was not a golem.
Okay. Well, it would appear Passio is wrong.
Well, no, see, the problem is that I'm brainwashed, so obviously I would say that.
Not anymore. So you would be able to report accurately if you were at the time.